Midnight mist on a grimy old windshield. Highway slick and shiny like an eel. Pictures can't be choosers, that's the deal. Now I guess I've got one, with the dash lights green and glowing so surreal. On the face of this maniac behind the wheel, he keeps grinning down this helplessness I feel. Here riding shotgun, but I know no road gets too rough if I'm traveling slow enough. Take my time when times are tough in the passing lane. There's more distance here to plow than daylight will allow. In the dark somehow I'm gonna push on just the same. Get past these fences, walls and chains, and with a little faith and brain, find a detour around the game. Yeah, and all I hope for is some traction in the rain. And as the wiper motor radio static whines, a ghost fades up from 1969. Some psychedelic relic that brings to mind old hidden dangers. So if you're tripping off and don't see that warning sign, somewhere rocks are falling up the line. Hey, this driver used to be a friend of mine, back when life was stranger. Yeah, but I know no road gets too rough if I'm traveling slow enough. Take my time when times are tough in the passing lane. There's more here to plow than daylight will allow. In the dark somehow I'm gonna push on just the same. Get past these fences, walls and chains, and with a little faith and brain, find a detour around the game. Yeah, and all I hope for is some traction in the rain. Wheels of on the road, just like you. There you go. All right. I know it gets tough if I try. Just a day out. Get balls and chain. Faith and deep. Yeah, and all I hope for is some traction in the rain. Yeah, the best I hope for is some traction in the rain. Wait till the sun shines again. Until then, gonna need a little traction. What is going on, everybody? How are we all tonight? How are we all doing? Good to see you all back again. Back out of finals week, and back from the dreaded old Florida-Georgia line. Safe. It didn't get chewed up and swallowed back out by some crocodile down there. We're all good. How are you all doing? Good evening, Captain Kira, Jack Buns, Inverse, Josh Calderon, this guy again, Donkey the Rabbit. Good to see you. Donkey. Stickspell. It's been a while. Stickspell. Good to see you. Inverse. Already seen you. Did you death roll any crocodiles? Man, I wanted to. That was actually on my bucket list. I don't really have a bucket list. I don't know why people call it a bucket list, but that was on a list of goals. But they were too scared. They were just kept their eyes up in the water, and whenever they see me, they just hunker back down. So, man, about that. But yeah, did see a couple. Let's see. I'll have to ask Jace about advice for crocodile rolling. You know, I've never seen any shark versus crocodile clips, but I'd like to see that. I have to ask him about that. What's up, Pulin Mall? Good to see you. Before you hop off of here in less than an hour to ditch me for giant buns. No, but I understand. We have our loyalties here, of course. But no, just got back. My room is still in one piece, and we're powering up tonight with the new flavor of yerba, and it's one of my least favorite flavor titles. And it's kind of good. Here's the thing. Can any of you relate that any mango product that comes in a can is not that good? For some reason, mangoes and cans don't mix. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like how tomatoes and cast iron don't mix. Mangoes and aluminum don't. I wonder if mangoes and tin do. But yeah, I'm in danger because I just ate some corn dogs earlier. Man, those were sodium-filled, homemade corn dogs, filled with sodium. So, I don't have water, and this is all I have, so it's gonna be a fun one. Sipping on yerba? Yeah, I've sipped on yerba for a couple of the other streams. That's, one thing we can give Jack credit for. He was right. Yerba is stream fuel. It does actually help you. So, any of you wanting to start some streaming careers, go and do it. Go and do it now. Just wear the wig while you're... maybe later. If I get some vanilla, you know what this will make this better? Some vanilla extract. Maybe if I get some vanilla extract in me. Yeah, we'll have wig segment. I'll bring Jack over here. I'll be coming in the chat like, dude, I just quit my job. I just got my boss fired, and you doing this? Wow, man. What's going on with your video feed? It seems to skip. Why is everything skipping? My CD player started skipping like for the first time, and quite thankfully it evened out at the end of it, so it didn't have to end on skippage. Thank the Lord for that. But my video, is it just you, Mikey, or are you just on your laptop somewhere in the sticks? I'm sure, as always, I'm only wearing this one other time. As always, it's a shirt I rarely wear, but it's one of my favorites. I don't think of it often enough.
But yeah, it's one of the best. It's from that really weirdo, wacko Goosebumps story, Ghost Beach. That thing was was bizarre beyond belief, but it's one of my favorite Goosebumps. Yeah, and I found it at TJ Maxx, because this is another friendly reminder to go check out your TJ Maxx, because you'll find the most random stuff there. This was just in it was, I think it was misplaced in a clothing rack, because there was a bunch of different shirts. I think I found this amongst a bunch of other collared shirts, I think, and it was the only one there. Not expecting to see it anywhere. I've not ever seen Goosebumps merchandise anywhere else except TJ Maxx. So go stop over there. When's the Jack boxing? Little rat boy needs to catch up. You know, need to scamper up to the present time, man. That was almost 2 years ago at this point. Come August, the me and Jack boxing match. Gonna be 2 years old now. Loved watching. Yeah, it was. I didn't grow up in the era of Goosebumps, but I always got the little DVDs from the library, and yeah, I got hooked on it. And upon some rewatches, some of the episodes I did not like as much, considering some of the plots kind of clunky, especially since they were all written for books, and they have to be shortened and adapted for TV. So you can understand that. But yeah, still all of them were quite nostalgic. But yeah, there were some really good ones, and the good ones were some really, really weird ones. Let's see. What about Ross? Ross. Who's Ross? Ross Creations? I hope that I would run into Ross Creations while I was in Florida. But welcome, Sam Gloves. Do you have any? Yeah, not with me right now, but yeah, I showed you some in the last cooking stream. I mean, I don't know what more you want from me. Tail end of Goosebumps, 99, 2000. Yeah. I essentially grew up with it, even though it was definitely outside of the Goosebumps era. But yeah, even after its run, still making an impact. So that's good. Say cheese and die. Yeah, that one actually. That guy, Spider, whatever the character's name was. That guy still creeps me out to this day. Yeah, that was the one that really kept you on the edge of your seat. But man, yeah. Ross is a store? Oh, we ain't got those here. Tried returning a dress and they accused her of stealing, even though shouldn't she have had a receipt? Did you have a receipt? But did they then accuse her of stealing the receipt? Monster Blood? That, another one of my favorites. Yeah. That one was so random. Like, none of it made sense. None of it made any sense. But for some reason, I always liked that one. And that was probably my most watched TV episode. I'd always get that. That was the one I watched the most from the library. Yeah. Monster Blood. On that DVD, it was like B-sided with Stay Out of the Basement. Another one which hardly made any sense. But it was a really good one. Yeah. No way your dear old mom would steal. No way that's possible. But yeah, anyway. I stole some sunbeams while I was out there. Even no burns, not a single burn on me, because I put on some sunscreen while I was out there. Unlike certain other streamer we know who has started the stream as red as a beet before. Um, yeah, because I was out there in the full on Florida sun using all the sunscreen I could, and that's all it takes, Jack. But no, I still ain't pale, Stickspell. Stickspell, you're the European one. You should. I don't know why you're accusing me of being pale, but no, I ain't pale. The hand that rocks the cradle. I haven't. I heard of it though. But anyway, I was gonna say, yeah, this has been quite the week. Finals week. Had my last final on Thursday, and right after that, the day after on Friday, I left. I was getting a nice tan during the summer. Well, we've yet to see. You've yet to prove that. Anyway, you don't need to prove that, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm the one showing myself here, and no, I ain't pale. Still ain't pale. Just need to see me on the HD Canon camera quality instead of my little webcam thing here, which maybe I could even attach that. I will, Inverse. But yeah, first, just jump straight from Inverse. Dude, come on now. You're already gonna be like that. Oh, Inverse. Oh, why does it have to be like this? Anyway, we got jump straight from finals. The last finals, which were on Thursday, went quite well. I think it was a rewarding end of the week in terms of that. Blew through the last couple finals of mine, so feeling good about those. Check the grades. They were good. And so right after that, jumped basically directly into the car over to Florida. I was thinking of flying, but if it's somewhere like Florida, there's a bunch of things on the way that are worth stopping and seeing, such as in continents such as, anybody remember that? The bumbling Miss America. I personally believe that there are continents in Nigeria such as, but hold on. Should have this popped up on my computer, but just remember this at the last second. As I was touching and jump, good on you, Stickspell. You're usually good at that, so keep on it. But yeah, I stayed at the night in this place in Tennessee, and I looked up. I can't remember what I was looking up. I looked up some place, but in the first recommendation of places to go nearby. See, this is what you miss out on when you fly places. You can miss out on Jason Aldean's Kitchen and Bar. If I had time, if I had time, I would have been debating whether I should have gone or not. It's like if Hook's Logan wanted to come tag along in the trip, we could both go there, and that would be essential. Vlog that, but unfortunately, did not have all the time in the world. It's a very contained trip, so unfortunately, I actually am planning on perhaps going out to Florida later in the year. So, Hook's Logan, if you're watching, if you want to tag along, we can both go to Jason Aldean's Kitchen and Bar. Not relevant to any of you, anybody else here. because that's a total in-joke between me and Hook. And anybody who was raised on the in the CMT Jason Aldean era and shares the same disdain. But yeah, I've picked up some fine ladies in Nashville. Are there fine ladies in Nashville? I'm not sure. The last thing I heard about Nashville is there was a guy wandering the streets, and this is actually real, with half his head missing. You can look that up. There is that 100% happened. Pan Cloud. Who the world is Pan? Tell us what really happened with what between me and Tori. What, are you coming up with some kind of fanfic idea? If so, you can leave me out of that real quick. What would you do if one of them asked you to come over and spend the night with her hotel room for sexy times? Yeah, just as I said, people are coming up with fanfic. Now you ask me that. No, because some of you might be writing this down. And so far as I've known, I haven't seen any sexy ladies in Nashville. I just know that there is people walking around missing half a head in Nashville. And there's people like Neil Thrasher. And if I were to go to Nashville, I would 100% probably ding dong ditch Neil Thrasher or Kelly Lovelace, and I would ding dong ditch Kelly Lovelace and leave something funny at Neil Thrasher's door. Yeah, even Six Bells baffled by that, Josh. Pace is not happy and it makes me ecstatic. Is this a Daniel Ozark alt or something? Or is this JJ? But we ain't gonna talk about old JJ. Did you get any hot chicken? I didn't go to Nashville, dude. I got better. I got better than hot. Never tried hot chicken, Nashville hot chicken, so I wouldn't know. But I got what I would assume is better than Nashville hot chicken. I'll talk about that later. But yeah, anyway, got in there safe and sound. And best one of the best things that's ever happened on the way to there. I got in really late. The trip was not planned the best, so I ended up getting in there really late and having to take a late night stop at Captain D's, which we ain't got around here. We only got Long John Silver's, but down there they ain't got Long John Silver's. They got Captain D's, which is kind of like Long John Silver's, but better, I think. I've never been to a Long John Silver's. I've been to Captain D's 3 times in my life. Only 3 times on different trips to Florida. Well, twice in this trip. Once on years and years ago. Tried to ask a waffle pone type question. Well, you ain't Steven. You ain't Steven, and you ain't got the charisma to ask that question. You ain't got the license. You ain't got the curls, right? You ain't got the remote. You ain't got the tiny sunglasses to ask me that question, Josh. You have now, yeah, you do have tiny sunglasses, but you have like 10 pairs of them, so that doesn't even count. Don't trust people that enjoy Long John Silver's. I don't know of anybody who does, so I wouldn't know who to trust or not to trust. Yeah, we ain't even got Long John Silver's in this town. The closest one is the town that's about an hour away, where the I don't know. Should I mention that? That might get a bit dark. Anyway, the closest Long John Silver's is in a town about an hour away, where a certain group started. A certain American group started a while ago. Mom's first job at Long John Silver's. They're leaving for a paralegal career. Well, that's good, because some people, think of this. Could you imagine some people might spend their entire lives in the Long John Silver's, in the kitchen, waiting tables? Could you imagine that? Dark Days. That might actually be below the Florida Georgia line. There's like, there's this guy on YouTube, Pat Finnerty, made this graph that I like to live by. There's like Hades, and then Florida Georgia line under that, and then anything under that is that you've crossed the Florida Georgia line. Who's keeping them in business? Just mattress stores. Never seen it. Yeah. Well, if you want to get into the mattress firm conspiracy, that's a discussion for a different time. Long John Silver's would fit Jack's personality. Oh, and message retracted. Dang, what's going on there? That too strong of a statement to pin on Jack Quire? Long John Silver's? Wow. That might actually be below the Florida Georgia line. Going to the haunted hotel in Seattle on my birthday, December 4th. Well, good for you, man. I've not heard about that one. But don't know about anything in Washington, basically. Banned Florida. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The banned Florida Georgia line. That's where the line is drawn. And so yeah, there's your answer right there. But anyway, I had to take a quick stop at Captain D's, and this is one of the best things that's ever happened in history, in that I got some free Captain D's. Have any of you heard of an occurrence like that, where you end up with some free Captain D's? I hadn't until I happened to end up with free Captain D's. The blessing of a whole free Captain D's meal. So, how that happened was we went there and tried to go in, but that's right, Zach. But tried to go in, but this old lady who had tried to go in before us was telling us that they were closed and that she was going to try the drive-through, so we decided to follow her in her car over to the drive-through. And apparently they were open because we heard this old Georgia lady, yelling into the drive-through microphone, "Y'all are closed. Y'all look open, but y'all are closed and you still got the drive-through? Why y'all closed?" And so apparently they were open, and she was able to get business from them. Hey, MU5, good to see you. Don't know if you've shown up here before, but good to have you. Oh, you Robert. Good to see you, Robert. Well, you'd probably like to know how I got some free Captain D's, but that'd be up your alley in terms of interest. But yeah, we went there and went through the drive-through, and the only people who were working there were these two kids, practically. One of them kind of looked like he was enjoying his job, but the other one looked like she did not want to be there at all. So, she puts 2 boxes in a bag, and she gives one to my friend, going, "Here's your fish sandwich," and that's all she said. "Here's your fish sandwich." She gave it to him. That's what he ordered, and so we just assumed that one of the boxes contained his sandwich, the other contained sides, I guess. I didn't see him order any sides, but that's what I just assumed, because he said, "Here's your sandwich." Gave it to him. So we were waiting. We were just waiting there for my order, and we're waiting, and the gal comes back up and says, "Y'all waiting for something?" And I say, "Yeah, I'm waiting on my order." I said, "Oh, I didn't know y'all waiting. I didn't know y'all had another order." And she grabs a box, puts it up in a bag that had already been there, and puts it up in the bag, gives it to us, and just assume that's it. Open it up, and I notice that it's what I ordered, but one of the sides was missing. And I decided, oh, whatever. I don't really care. It's really late at night. Still on the road. Should get off the road. Should be there by now. But anyway, so my friend, he finishes his sandwich, and then he opens up the box that was underneath, and he said, "Wait, I think this is what you ordered." And then I put it together. She gave him his order plus mine, and just told him that it was his order. And she gave me the order of the people who were behind us completely for free. Oh, and it was real late at night. I could tell she was not invested in what she was doing. She looked like she was like 16 or so. Oh man, that was. And so we couldn't do anything. We couldn't do anything about it because we had already gotten like a couple miles away, and we started eating what we got. But that was that was one of the most funniest things that's ever happened. I accidentally got the order of the people behind us plus another one, so I got double Captain D's. One of them being for free. That's just perfect. And it was coincidentally enough the same thing. Like these people ordered the same thing minus one side. But at a Captain D's, no less. Yeah. And I had barely had anything to eat that day. But nah, I had a little to eat, but I thank the Lord for that was really a true blessing that I got to have a double order of fish and chips, not fish and chips, fish and shrimp for free with some extra hush puppies on the side. So that's just what you got to be thankful for, you know. Because who knew? Who knew you'd be that was even possible to get free Captain D's. Anyway, I guess I'm missing some comments here. Double D's, like yeah. I got some of that afterwards. Cause that's. Where am I going with that? I heard Steven was captured by. Is Evil J HNSB Morty or something? Robert, yeah, I think Casey Batman has been an adult for a while. Hush Puppies, yeah, you know what? They weren't as good as the Hush Puppies I've made. I made much better Hush Puppies than Captain D's, but they're still good. Still good, nonetheless. Sounds phenomenal, my guy. Bit lost there. I agree. Unban Uli. She's been unbanned for a long time. She ain't even here. You can tell her about the stream. Tell her to rush on over to Casey. But no, only on Discord. And that was like months ago. And no, I never banned her on YouTube. But anyway, yeah, got some free Captain D's. Good start to the trip. Yeah, I did. Yeah, dude. Who's gonna be the silly looking one now? Sure, there's no. I will because there's no Brit or Chelsea Lynn to tell me I can't. Um, yeah, but anyway, I'm trying to say that Goosebumps shirt miraculously fixed your lazy eye, and I have to read any more of your comments. My eye's going to ping off to the. My eye's going to take the week off again. It's all good. It's all good, Mr. Sack. But yeah, good start to the trip with some free Captain D's. But one of my main goals, I'm gonna call in a little bit. Please do stream like you used to. Did I? Well, did I? When did I say? I guess maybe that's when you were not on my server, or I guess you're not anymore. So here, I'll send you. I'll send you the stream anyway. There you go. We'll make it. We'll make it better. Um, and thank you for subscribing, very much. You're welcome. You're welcome, Six. But yeah, one of my main goals there was to see some gators. For some reason, I've not been that interested in gators before, but for some reason this trip I was dead set on seeing some gators. I've been to Florida 4 of the times and haven't seen any. So this time that was a goal of mine, dead set on seeing some. And I did see a couple from the distance in some ponds. And one time I was going out for a walk late in the evening, and I saw a little shape in the water, and I believe I saw little eyes and a snout poking up. So that was my first one of my first gator exposures, and that to see that in the wild, you know, obviously that's a visual you see all the time in all kinds of media, but to see it in person, that was I got quite the enjoyment out of that. You like those Captain Double D's? I hope you're not referring to somebody in particular, Josh. But we'll leave it at that. Anyway, that's going to start some weird notions. But how much does Jack pay you? Pay me to stream? I wish. But you know, maybe that's I don't know what he's doing with his donation earnings. Based off the few donations he's gotten, but if he wants to send them my way, and oh, glad you reminded me. Forgot to put my little tiny URL in the chat. Hold on a minute. I'll get it. I'll get it in a second. Hold on. I trust you all will be keeping it interesting in the chat. Bear with me. Well, I'm not sure. Actually, I know what to do. I know a shortcut. I can just go back to my one of my older streams and just grab the link myself from the chat, from the live chat. How about that? Thought I was being smart here. Oh, got it. There we go. Whoop. Okay, what am I missing here? Not that much. I know this one guy that dropped 1,000. He should redeem himself by hopping over to this community. I think that could be in his best interest. And whoops. Pin message. There we go. We got it. Done. But anyway, but as you saw by the thumbnail of the stream, I did get to see some more of them up close. As on the second day I was there, went to the gator farm. I think it's a classic Florida location that I somehow had not been to before. Gator farm, where they just had more gators that I could imagine you could put in one place. Like, they probably had like 200 gators at this place. They had them in these pens, these enclosures. They had some dirt, some grass, and there was this one section in the back that was just a whole pond that you could. There was a little wooden walkway you could walk over and just be around all these gators coming up to you, showing off their teeth, stalking you, snapping at birds, which I did see. I did see most of them were just laying around. Alligators, and they had crocodiles too, are very, very chill, just, happy-go-lucky, happy little creatures. Well, not little. Let me correct myself. Some little, but some massive. They had them of all sizes. They had the tiny little gators to the gigantic ones, and the fat ones too. There were some fat gators, which I'll show in a bit. But yeah, I saw many of them were just going around, just lying down, sunbathing. Some of them were just piled on top of each other. Some of them were doing some light swimming. But I did see one in action when a bird came and landed, and this guy was just chilling there, just motionless, almost looked like he was dead. And as soon as that bird landed, just lunged at this bird, and as the bird took off, it jumped and snapped at it. Missed, but almost got it. So that, I don't know why I've for this trip been so excited to see some alligators in action, but I did. I did, and it was like something. It's nothing like seeing it on the Discovery Channel, or not Discovery Channel, the National Geographics, or anything on video on TV. you got to see these guys in action because it really is something else. Seeing these gigantic lizards. Like, if you have not seen alligators in person, you need to because they are a force of nature. Like, they are some absolute units of creatures. Um, yeah, ban is just a word. How about it? Ask Casey to play Mario Kart with you? He never does. Well, he's on Minecraft all the time. I don't know if you're playing Minecraft or not. I don't. You can have all the Minecraft you want. I don't know. That'll be the day. If I ever join Minecraft, that will be the day. $50 and I will join Minecraft tomorrow. And I'll play with Casey. Show us your orange socks. I would if Inverse did not immediately type that. You know, I'll just show you half. I'll just show you the upper sock part. See? I can't either, Six Spell. I really can't. But yeah. There are the orange socks. I've owned like 4 pairs of orange socks throughout my life. Like, there's always been a point in time that I've had orange socks. 2 of my favorite sock colors, orange and green. Love them. But, oh, there, yeah, trying not to show too much, but yeah, there you go, Sisek. Not you, Inverse. I accidentally walked up to a baby gator once, scared. I didn't see it at all. What size? Like, was it one of those mini gators, or is it a baby, one of the real deal kind? Don't let. Okay, Inverse. That's gonna make me end the stream. That's gonna make me actually crawl out of my skin. I'm gonna shed my skin like an alligator. If we get too much of that notion going. But anyway, yeah, Sisek, I hope you got the right amount of orange sock action there. Anyway, but yeah, yeah, this place had more alligators than I could ever imagine being in one location. And there was the area that had this little walkway. It was like that scene in Live and Let Die when he's out there in the gator pond on that little wooden balcony. But yeah, it was across a pond, and apparently I've heard that for every like 3 gators you see in a pond, there's about 13 more than that. I don't know how accurate that is, but I would believe it because they're good at coexisting. I will say, I'll give gators that. They can just hang out, pile up on each other, and not worry about moving until something of interest comes along. Yeah, so you've seen the orange. You can go peacefully. You're welcome, sec. Saving up for something special. Oh, yeah, we're super interested in that. Evil HNSB. At an actual gator at a local park, probably 3 feet long. Yeah, that scared me too. That would scare me. Next to the water, not paying attention. That's, man, you're a Florida resident and you walked around the water without paying attention. Peterson Park. Yeah. Me, a complete and total non-Floridian, like couldn't get farther away from being a Floridian. I always was keeping my eye out while walking around the water You know, well, partly because I really wanted to see some gators. You know, so yeah, I didn't know if I'd be able to get a gratifying gator experience, but hey, this farm had it blew my expectations. Really did. 100 Sir Monsters versus a Silverback. Who wins? It was 100 Jack Choirs versus a Silverback is a funnier visual, I think. I just picture a bunch of Jack clones running up to this thing and being all ape-like. Like he already is Jack the monkey. And he'd probably like try to challenge the gorilla by being all. That's a funny visual in my mind, at least. I haven't received dinner pics. Well, I made some corn dogs earlier. That's why I'm pounding this a little bit because I had a ton of sodium in them, and you're not getting pictures because I effed them up. I effed up the corn dogs. They still tasted great, but I effed them up. So, I'll update you when I perfect the corn dogs. But I don't know. I might make something quick after the stream. I have some imitation crab in the fridge. I just came back from Florida. I'm eating imitation crab. Wow, I'm such an Indiana boy. Yeah, I'm gonna make some makeshift lobster rolls. Better question is, when is the Sir Monster Jack boxing match happening? This is no way can Edza be behind as Josh for this. Bill Jensen sleep with a rubber chicken and sleep stream. Okay, I think that wins. That's going on the list of chat awards, comment awards for the chat of this year. Next to by leaving, that's gonna be winning that award. Berg is on to school. Still waiting for your apology, man. Talk Tonic, you must. I'd hate to see you go through a breakup, cause I mean, if you're still waiting on apology from this guy, I know therapy is expensive these days, but I don't know. Maybe some of your. Yeah, I mean, you have your tonic talk. I mean, talk tonics in a little group. You'd have to get like a group of people, sit in a circle and just talk tonics. I think that'll be a good way to move on for you. I'd like to see Jack give a lecture on lecture to agree. Oh man, that's like hook slogan level ideas. Yeah, I would. I don't know where the closest thing, or like the closest zoo that would have a gorilla, closest to Jack would be, but like some. I need to see that. That'd be more entertaining than Greatest Freak Out Over 50. I can tell you that'll be than like most of the latest Freak Out videos. Jack lecturing a gorilla on how to be a gorilla would be funnier than all of them put together. Burnt to a crisp, flung with precision. Yeah, so could I. Evil HNSB. Oh, well, that's very gallant of you, Casey. Very noble, very generous. Who even banned Casey? Probably Saucy Boy. So we're gonna have to interrogate him about that on stream. Oh, something else we're gonna have to do is spam SatCon when you get the chance. Actually, I'm gonna call SatCon we're gonna call it SatCon because he said he was going to be available right after the semester's over. It's been a week, so SatCon, you all now have every single right in the world to spam him as much as you like. Freak out 50, yeah. It's like it was so minuscule, I barely even think of it. You know, too small to even occupy itself in my mind. It's like I saw it, and I went, "That's it." I saw that on when was that? Yeah, the last day of my trip. I had to go and leave. I was in the hotel, and I went, "Freak out 50. What in the world?" And I saw it, and I immediately moved on with packing up and leaving. That's probably the most appropriate response you can have for it. Just pack up and leave, because you might as well pack up and leave. Leave your interest in the channel behind, unless they turn things around real quick. Anticlimactic. There was no clim. It was non-climactic. Can't be anticlimactic because there was none there. But yeah, stream with SatCon. I'm calling SatCon. I'm going to call SatCon right now. How do we? Somebody pinged me on the server. Okay. I think my Discord's going to be freezing up. That's unfortunate. Okay, call SatCon. Where's SatCon? Calling SatCon. Where in the world is where did SatCon go? There. No, we're not calling Amber. We're not going to call Amber. Calling SatCon. There we go. But yeah, Saucy Boy's gonna have to come on there and replace SatCon as co-host again. He said they've been working on it for a long time. What, did that duck take a long time to get there after they ordered it? Did the duck truck blow a tire? I can't tell if he wasn't there or he hung up on the call. Calling the goo. Are we at that point? I don't think so. I don't think we're at that point yet. We're calling in Amber. Evil HNSB says, "You are wearing the Goosebumps shirt." I am. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sure Great 50 out or 51 would be better. Well, the thing is, I doubt this one is going to be successful at all, and I doubt they're going to follow the short thing again. I doubt they're going to make it the next one short, considering the response that this one has gotten and is going to get. I doubt they're going to do that again. So on the channel, when they upload 51, it's just going to be 49, 51. Like 50 is just going to be missing. It's going to be just forgotten out of existence. You know, like somebody going through all the freakouts, they're just going to think it's not even there, or like they took it down. You know, since it's just not going to show up if they make 51 a regular video, which is in their best interest, but Big 50 is just going to be gone with the wind. You think she'd answer? I do. I think she would. Thing is, I think she would. Amber went on the date with a new boyfriend of hers. She might even answer the call if she's on a date with that guy. Yeah, we need to know how it went. Maybe later. Maybe later. We'll get Saucy on here. I think he'd like to hear from her. I think he'd be of interest, or she'd be of interest to him. Amber will call you before you get the. That's what I'm saying. She's probably lurking or something, and she'll call me, or she'll message me going, "What do you want, bub? Why are you talking about me? Can't believe Morty. And where's Morty at? Uh, nice shirt. Thank you, Alex Cash. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. My favorite. Can't go wrong with old Goosebumps. Morty. Morning Morty. Oh, morning Morty. Dang. That sounds like a ghost legend. Watch out for old Morning Morty. He'll go and talk to you about Amber. He haunts the butt bar. You can still hear him asking for your thogs. I had the collection of books growing up. Yeah, the books I think were consistently better than the show because they were written, as books, and for the show they had to adapt them. But there's still some of the episodes of the show that were definitely ingrained in my childhood. And I grew up outside of the Goosebumps era, of course. I only started watching them when I was like 7, so like 2011, definitely way after. But I only knew about them since I found out the local library, the DVDs, and that opened up the world to them, and they just stuck. They're timeless, I think. Just like we saw with Tales from the Crypt, Stephen and all the Walpapone viewers always like to see that. But actually, I think Goosebumps has been consistently better than Tales from the Crypt. I think, I mean, at least it didn't have a an overseas 7th season. All TV shows from Canada, yeah. At least they kept contained in Canada. At least they didn't hand them over to those old Brits, like they did from Tales from the Crypt. DMing last night, always yapping. He hadn't been yapping over in my place, my server. Was yapping to you. Just watch out, Six Bell. You got Morty on your trail. Seen the show Dark? I have not yet. But what we are going to see, some gators. We ready to see some old gators? Let's see here. Can I get the screen to work? Okay, that's good. I'm not flipped. Can I do it? Can I get it? Pudding Boy? You spelled Pudding Boy incorrectly, Josh. How could you? How could you? He been in your DMs? Okay, well, it's not just a exclusive Stickspell thing. I guess, yeah, Stickspell, he ain't got to worry too much. He's bothering Inverse, too. 10 Sir versus 1 Florida Gator. Will do. Next time I go to Florida, which might be next year, if y'all can donate some armor, suit of armor for me, 100% will. I don't even need 10 others of me. I'll get me. Maybe we can get Satcon and Hook. I was mentioning earlier, if you can tag along on this trip, we'll wrestle some gators. But first, we'll go over to Nashville, and we're gonna go over and take a stop at where? Come on. We're gonna take a stop at Jason Aldean's Kitchen and Bar at Nashville. And do that, and we're also going to go up to some of the offices and songwriting buildings, and we're going to. I'm gonna ding dong ditch Kelly Lovelace while you go leave something at Neil Thrasher's door, right? How about it? And we'll try to infiltrate a low cash session. Like if they're recording, doing something like interpolating an old Beatles song and making it about, I don't know, a 4x4. We'll sneak into one of their sessions, and you can play one of your sound clips, your notorious sound clips, into the mixing booth. Oh, we have our co-host. Yo yo.
What's going on, my guy?
Just in time, man. We're just gonna be showing off some gator pictures, some gator pics. But yeah, man.
Let's fix that real quick. Are we something?
Do what?
Better?
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
We can hear you just fine.
Well, as promised, got my kid down miraculously.
Yeah. How old is she now?
She's 4 months. So,
okay. That's some work.
And I'd like to say I have a lot of practice at putting her down, but my wife is usually in charge. But she had a girls' night tonight, so she's like, "Oh, you got to do it." I'm like, "All right, I'll do it."
Well, good work, man. You're here in time.
So, I mean, a lot has happened. Apparently, the brothers got back together. Jack is squeezing everybody's wallets in the Discord for gifts. It's all good.
Oh, and you hear about greatest freak out ever 50?
Wait, is it something that got posted? I haven't been online today.
We can talk about that later. I was going to show some gators, but yeah.
Let's check out the gators.
Yeah, if I can figure out how to screen share. Hold on. Oh, dang it. Thought I had this all up and running, but yeah, since you're the co-host, you need to keep checking the chat. Oh, there you go. You're already there. Already on it. Jack is rich, said Josh. Yeah,
I don't think Jack is rich. I think his parents have a lot of money.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's rich enough to be able to quit the job over some scallops.
Well, let's all remember that Jack also lives at home.
That's true. Yep. I think that's the one way he's keeping rich.
But it wouldn't be Waffle Toad if it wasn't at the choir house. It's just that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. I have to say, yeah, like that's probably why when Jack was out living with Julia in an apartment, I think they had, there was no content in that time.
So how's the weekend going so far?
It's going okay. It's going okay, man. I got high in a flooring store.
It happens to the best of us, man. Intentionally or unintentionally?
Unintentionally. But, I mean, I am kind of feeling like I could go again. Take another go at it.
So how long you were in Florida? A few days. So you checked out some gators down there and whatnot.
Oh yeah, man. it was one of my goals to see some gators. Wanted to see some in the wild, but I ended up seeing just a couple from a distance. But then I went to this gator farm, and they were just more gators than I can imagine being in one place.
Yeah, I've only ever seen one a couple times, between gators and crocodiles, and I think mostly, for the most part, they were in Florida. Um, I still can't get over. I think, what was it? I mean, time goes by so fast now. At least 7 or 8 years ago, there was, unfortunately, that kid. And when I say kid, I mean like a 2 or 3 year old who got like snatched up by a gator in Disney World or something like that. Off
In
like one of
Disney
the
World.
Yeah, so I believe it was at the Grand Floridian. If you just look up Disney World gator death or something like that, which is horrible. The
Oh,
Grand Floridian has like a like a man-made beach like near the I forget what the it's like this I forget what the big pond of water is called over there. But unfortunately, there was a gator looking in the water, and it saw the 2 or 3 year old, and unfortunately snatched it up. And obviously, nothing good happened after that.
oh,
Um,
dang.
it was very weird though, because it was all very hush hush. There was never a lawsuit or anything like that. And
Wow, really?
you can imagine that Disney probably paid them off very quietly to
Oh,
not
yeah.
obviously
Quietly and
it was in the
handsomely.
public spotlight. Yeah, I'm sure they just gave them a fat number. And I say that like with all the remorse in the world, right? Because you can't replace your kid with any amount of money. I don't care how much it is,
Hmm.
right? But it was crazy. Um, I forget when it was, but I feel like it was like 2016 or 17.
Yeah, I remember hearing a little something about that, but dang. There's Disney World has had some slip ups before. I mean, there's that one thing that I heard of. They had that old water park that was like their water slides were fed by some natural water sources out there that contained some parasites, and like some kid died from a brain-eaten worm thing.
Oh yeah, that's like it was called River Country.
River Country,
It was
yeah,
an old,
yeah.
it was an old theme park over there. I think, well, they might have gotten rid of it in the last year or two, but it was like still technically there up until a couple of years ago. It's just like overgrown with wildlife, and like people would like trespass and check it out. Because I believe it closed 2000 or 2001 or something like that. But yeah, I'm reading it now. 1980, park suffered a major setback when an 11-year-old boy, I can't even say this, contracted amoebic meningoencephalomyelitis. That's as close as I'm going to get to it. An
Which,
infection of the nervous system and brain caused by an amoeba in the water. That's crazy.
yeah, aka brain-eating parasite, because that's a thing.
Yeah. What Hook Slogan was going to do some singing for us today? Did I hear this?
Yeah, if you can get out of the butt bar, if you can get out of that whole we'll see if we can get him. But I'm still trying to see if I can get this effing screen share thing to work. I don't know why this is the first time this is going wrong for me. Hopefully, I won't have to like show him on the phone. But yeah, I mean, at least I have my co-host here, so I can just kind of dip out and do the try to work this while I can still have some monologuing going on.
Oh, so what is this? I'm hearing about Greatest Freakout 50. I just checked. It wasn't uploaded. It's like incoming.
No, it has been uploaded. Got uploaded a few days ago. So I mean, I guess while I'm doing this, you can go check it out.
There. It's like right on top. Yeah, There's a bounce house. Nothing good can happen.
Nothing good ever happens in a bounce house. I agree.
Is it worth watching? Some of those freak out videos aren't that great.
It's a YouTube short, so I mean, it's just a few seconds. A few seconds, you're never getting back.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Too bad we can't see what costs this. Oh yeah, he's afraid of ducks and chickens and
Yeah, like recurring theme from Greatest Freakout, what 2024 or something?
the poor kid is crying.
Yeah. It's like it's funny when Steven cried on the floor after, running after Jack.
Too bad I couldn't see. See, I still think. I think I said this last time. Well, I might not have. I think if they did a greatest, and granted, I have to get permission. If they could stage a greatest freak out ever in a casino, be like, okay, Steven's playing blackjack and losing all of his money. And he's about to freak out, and like he loses a hand, and he'd be like, dude, wow. And then it could just literally escalate with him like flipping over a table with all the chips on it. It'd be pretty funny, but again, you would need coordination from an actual casino, which is unlikely to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of other places around Indiana that I can think of that good filming grounds, but that's just the thing is they're not. There's a lack of thinking going into them, and it's like they that used to be there, but somehow I didn't think that the freak out kids could fall off. I didn't think that was possible.
Well, they stream less, not as long. I mean, obviously, Steven has a job. I'm not sure what Jack's going to do after the baby's born. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But I miss the get like if we could get a scribble night, that'd be great. Like I think that's everybody's favorite thing to do.
Oh yeah, I think so. There. Okay. I think I might have this thing fixed, maybe. But yeah, the Scribble Nights. Yeah, I think those are missed greatly.
Because there's always the accused. I'm sorry, I'm a little sick to it. The accusing of Trillinator cheating, and they finally admitted it.
Oh yeah, that was classic.
You had that. I don't think anybody's heard from him in a while. Yeah, I'm looking at inverse his comment. I couldn't imagine being unemployed and having a kid on the way. I feel that. I've been married twice, and when I got married the first time, it was about 3 or 4 months before I got married. I was unemployed at the time, and I was like shitting bricks, man. It was just me and my ex-wife at the time. Couldn't imagine if it was a kid.
Oh yeah, man. That's. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I think I'm finally getting this thing to work. Oh yeah, but I think he might be. I think he might be nervous, but he has a reputation of sometimes hiding how he's really feeling. What's really going on.
No, for sure. Usually we get the lowdown from Steven, but sometimes some Jack is it's like a mystery can. Sometimes you don't know exactly what's in his head.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I think we finally have this thing going. Okay, you can tell me, or I can watch it on my phone, see if I'm successfully sharing these pictures. Okay. Can y'all see? Yeah, there we go. We got it. Can y'all see? This is an albino alligator. It was one of the first ones that we saw right when we got into this place. Gator Farm place. part of Florida did you go to? Kind of the St. Augustine, Daytona area. But yeah, this is. I had not ever seen an albino alligator. I don't think I'd ever seen an albino alligator before. But yeah, apparently they are a thing. And that was one of the first ones we saw. But yeah, these guys can stay still and just look like they're plastic. But you can always tell. You can look at their snouts and see the little nostrils going in and out. So, also, are you still there? Are you muted?
Yeah, I just stepped away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, dude, I've never seen one that's white before. It's that's crazy.
Well, yeah, there can be an albino version of anything, really. I guess,
I
but
used to work at a golf course, and there was like one like straight up albino deer, and that thing was kind of crazy. But this is just
oh, yeah.
like, and I wonder, like in the terms of like ecosystem and stuff, does that make it more challenging for it to hunt because it's not camouflaged against like the darker, murkier waters?
Yeah. I think it just really has to stay underwater. Like this guy. This was underwater the whole time. But yeah, they can't sneak around. They just really has to stay hidden underwater and really snatch up what goes by it. Because if it starts pursuing anything, that thing is going to see it. But yeah, cool to see. But this is the main area. You can just see they just had a ton of them out there. This guy, I took a picture of that guy because that one was the first one I seen with its mouth open. Because they just do that. They just sit there with their mouths open, motionless. Like they are intimidating looking, but they are the most chill creatures I've ever observed.
I love those videos you see on YouTube. Those, I guess, people that are daring enough to feed them, and then either the alligators or crocodiles like become quote unquote friendly, and then be like, "Oh, give me that piece of meat. Oh, you can pat my head now because I'm gonna come back for more later."
Yeah, that's
But
right.
that freaks me out. It's just like, one day they're just gonna get your arm.
I know, but like if I had, like I said, if I had a suit of armor, I would have gone in there and fed them. I'd like to do that. Crocodile gators, they've become up on the list of some of my favorite animals. That's a recent thing. It's a only recent thing, but they are basically the dinosaurs of today. They're gigantic lizards, and nothing really is putting them in danger except for bootmakers. But out in the wild, they are living it up. They're what's called an animal success story. The only thing that actually I found out while I was there, the only thing that can really pose a threat to them is if they swallow up a turtle and they don't check if the turtle's dead and they just swallow it, because they don't. Crocodiles and lizards, they don't chew. They just kind of bite and swallow. If the turtle's still alive, it can, with its claws, it can scratch up the gator from the inside and basically tear up its pipes. And that can be that's really the only thing that
could be tough way to go.
Oh yeah, yeah. But yeah, they are the success story of the animal kingdom. But yeah, here's the thumbnail. First picture of myself with a gator.
Oh, God.
I was quite pleased. But yeah,
where in Florida was this?
This was, I don't know actually. I wasn't paying attention to what area this was. I drove. It's like a 30-minute drive from where I was staying. It's close to St. Augustine, I think. The verse says, "I wish gators stayed small so you can keep them as pets." Well, there are the tiny varieties. There are alligators that stay small. Like there's those little caimans. I think the caimans are the ones that usually stay about 3 feet long, And I think if you raise an alligator from an eggs, like if you get eggs and you incubate them until they hatch, they're going to bond with you, and they'll be like that'll be you're going to be their only friend that they know of. So I think it'll work that way. If I had the space and the resources and the time to look after one, I think that could be a potential venture for me. Um,
Why is Casey asking people to pay the bounty? Pay it yourself.
yeah, man. You see, I mean, he's going to help out. I think he's saying he's going to help out, to pay the bounty.
And I was thinking he's asking for Tory Boo.
Well, he's yeah. Is he talking about his bounty or Tori's bounty? I don't know. But yeah,
it's unclear.
yeah, Tori, I could see you if you're committed enough to raising. What haven't you raised? Snakes, tarantulas, shrimp. It's like I could see you doing the get some alligator eggs, incubating them, and having a gator as your best friend. Like Tori, I could actually see you doing that. Like out of anybody here, you'd probably be the most qualified. You know, you've got a lot of time on your hands, and well, one thing you would have to get, I will say, you probably have to get a bigger place for one. But if you want to, out of anybody here, I could see you raising a full blown alligator in your little place above the. I won't say where it is, but your little place you got. But yeah, I could see you doing that.
So has there been, and I apologize because I don't read every message in your Discord. Has there been some dissension here? Has there been some infighting?
Yeah, but I ain't gonna go on into that here. I mean, that stuff's been semi-present on my server, but that's the whole thing. We're here to look at gators now, at least, you know. Anyway, but Hook, I don't know if Hook's Logan's still here. He was asking about those shoes I have. Yeah, those are the ones, some vintage '90s ones I got off eBay several years ago. But Hook, if you're still there, they're there. Come take a gander. Yeah, but Tori, try it out. Get see where you can find some gator eggs. Legally, illegally, probably doesn't matter. As long as you can get them, they'll be in good hands. Oh, but you can see this gator over here in the background is missing part of its tail. It's I don't know what you call that. The frill on the tail. It's missing part of them, but apparently these guys get into scraps. But they are, for the most part, some of the chillest creatures I've ever been around. Captain Morgan, you want to help with Sir Monster's bounty? Well, we'll just wait until Waffle Pone starts streaming again, whenever they're going to do that.
What's the bounty at? I think I removed $10.
Oh yeah, you did, and thank you for removing 10. So it's now down to 676. Yep.
Oh man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the 10 off. Still a long way to go though, but I mean that's part of the way.
Got to get like a JHNSB movement going. All right, nobody has heard from Harambe.
Captain Morgan said 640. Did somebody lower it to 640? Because last time I checked, only Saucy's donation was taken off, so that'd be at 676. But if somebody else donated, I must have not seen that. But let's see. Inver says you haven't skipped leg day all vacation. No, I never skip any. Never skip legs. I never skip anything. I do it all in one day.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Oh yeah, and I wish NC could be here because earlier I remember she was saying I ain't got a single hair on my body. So where's she at? Yeah, flash sale. Captain Moore was right. I think did
Let's do a
Landon drop one? Really?
reverse flash sale for Sir Monster. Let's
Okay,
make it
well it's
happen.
now. Yeah, I said 640, I guess. How about that? Dang. NC's properly out seeing whatever movie she's gonna see. Anyway, forget whatever new movies are in the theaters. We're looking at Gators here. Who cares? Oh, but yeah, there's this guy. This was one of the fattest lizard. This is the fattest lizard I've ever seen. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Do you see what I mean when I tell you there were
Wow.
the?
It's like its face is so flat to the ground.
Yeah, it's just vegging out. You know, they almost reminded me of pigs. If you see pigs just kind of laying out there in the dirt, it was just exactly like that. Like this guy is just making. This guy's got nothing else to do with the day. You know, he's just hanging out, flopping out. It's like, Quivercraft says, "What up, old friend?" Dang, I have to say I can't remember ever knowing a Quivercraft in my life, but if you're an old friend, welcome back. Feel free to remind me. unless you've changed states and changed names. Yeah, look at this dude. Look at him. He's all just. He's just pigging out, flattening out. This guy. That take the pen? Take the pan. Take pan. Oh, really? Well, good to see you. Welcome. Take the pen.
This is these continuous anyone heard from Harambe comments are starting to piss me off.
Am I missing them? I've been looking at the chat. I can't.
They just keep appearing at the bottom.
At the bottom, I have got no clue. Oh yeah, he's got Gator love handles. Yeah, that's the Jack of the Gator bunch.
That's so weird. So I had live chat on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom of the chat was just flashing, and it was just a continuous message. And I could see the other messages coming in, but I just kept saying, "Anyone heard from Harambe?" I'm like, "Stop!" And then when I hit live chat again, it went away. So
oh yes, I guess it glitched out.
Yeah. So Pancloud, I'm sorry.
but look at this dude here. Yeah, this guy's got it well. You know, he's well fed. I can tell. You know, Gator's life is a good life, I think. And you can see he's missing some fingers. The ones with the dirt on them are just nubs, but that doesn't seem to affect him. You know, he doesn't seem to be getting any shortage of nutrients. He does have those jack handles. Dude got nubs. Yeah, we are Pancloud. About to say, oh yeah, they didn't just have gators and crocs. They had some turtles, or tortoises. They had some turtles swimming around the ponds, which the gators, I guess, didn't bother. But yeah, we had some tortoises, and these were them Galapagos varieties. Doesn't look like that much on the screen, but these things were gigantic.
I mean, that thing's monstrous.
Hook slogan: "Don't mention tater tots."
Ooh, what's the case with tater tots?
Too quick. It's something that me and Hook know. I think Sticksbill knows about. But yeah, it's the infamous tater tots. That was a thing from the old rodeo days. We can talk about that some other time. But
the rodeo. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Does the rodeo still exist?
Well, there's apparently a revised version that happened, but we ain't here to talk about that.
I got kicked out. I can wipe that from my memory. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah. What's your best last minute decision that ended up causing a butterfly effect that changes anything? Mine's that one. Okay, Corecraft. Good wisdom being dropped here. You tried turtle nuggets. That's probably a thing in like Brazil or something, somewhere. But I'm telling you, these tortoises, these tortugas, were absolutely massive. They were like that. That is a. I guess you can't see it too well for scale, but that tree, that's a large tree that's next to it, and these things were like boulders. And again, it's nothing like seeing them on TV or on National Geographic or whatnot. You just have to see these things in person to really get the scope of that these things exist, and these turtles that you mostly see as just tiny little things on the ground can be as massive as like boulders that you see out in like these things looked like okay. Satcon's messaging me. We'll get to that later. But these things were absolutely massive. Um, that turtle got nails shaped like taters. Kind of. I ain't seeing what you're seeing. I guess. Yeah, it was a They were Galapagos, and this one right here in the center, that one was the biggest one. It was massive. Um, Again, you just need to go and see him to really get the full scope of these guys. And look at that! Check out that neck. Like that is one neck on this turtle. Usually, when you see turtles, they have just a little short, stubby neck. But that thing, it looks like skin. Usually, turtlenecks are really scaly looking, but that thing looks like it has skin. It's like it's an old man neck, and that guy probably was quite old because these guys can live to well over 100 years.
Yeah. What kind of turtles are these?
Galapagos tortoises.
Galapagos giant tortoise.
Yeah, turtle arms.
Lifespan.
Look like baked potatoes.
Yeah, over 100 years.
Yeah.
Some individuals, the oldest was 177. That's insane.
Yeah, and just it's amazing how these things exist. These tortoises that most of the species are relatively small, but then you got these guys that are just massive, and it's just amazing to see in person. You know about these, you hear about them, you see them on TV, but again, there is just nothing like seeing them in person. Seeing these guys, just lumbering like around.
For reference, like 177 years, which isn't typical, it's the longest. So if you took when the country was founded in 1776, 177 years after that is 1953. So you essentially lived through the Revolutionary War, every war after that, World War I and World War II. That's insane.
Yep. And that's
a long time.
Yeah. These and also I heard like parrots. Parrots can live a long time as well because they had some parrots there too. But yeah, that's just amazing. And you see these guys in person, it's just like seeing a legend in action. Coleman says I've come across the gopher tortoises at the Lakeland Highland Scrubs. I'm not familiar with the gopher ones, but you got to go out to the alligator farm out here and see these guys because they are something. And let's see, yeah. Then that same guy, he ate some of those leaf things that are on the ground, and just decided, just like a old guy like him should, decided to take a little break for the day. Look at this guy.
Neck on the ground, just like, I'm just gonna hang out.
Yeah, at that age...
Steven is pissing off this Galapagos tortoise, and he's freaking...
Oh yeah. Well, these guys they have beaks, and their heads are about the size of an apple. You know, and those beaks I could assume they're even though they aren't the snapping turtles, they could probably do something to you. Um, yeah, he's just nomming. Yeah, he was. That was enough for him for the day. That nomming of the leaves. It's really that was enough for him. That was he can just take a little break. But look at this. You can see that they're not as scaly as the turtles or tortoises you usually see because it almost looks like skin, you know. And usually when you see turtles, they can just retract their neck into almost what looks like folds of scales. But this guy, it just does not look like that at all. It looks like um, it doesn't even look like they could retract their necks, but they can. Like they look like the shell was just placed on top of them. Oh, Saucy Boy's gotta step away. Yeah, well understood, man. Go attend. That needs your attendance. So yeah, well, no problem. We'll waiting here right for you. Um, show him the stream. I don't know. It might be.
As soon as I stood up, baby was fine. It was like she was like daring me to go into the other room.
Crisis averted. Oh yeah.
She barely napped today, so I'm expecting her to sleep all night.
Hopefully. I know from what I've heard, I didn't do too much of that when I was that age.
I was because she was born in January. In the first 2 weeks, I would have these like silent mental breakdowns, like I'm not equipped to do this. I don't know how to do this. This baby won't sleep. Silently, because my wife is a rock star and is killing it, and I'm like, excuse me, floundering. But it took some months. And people say, "Oh, you'll miss those sleepless nights." No, I don't. No, I do not. I love my daughter, but I don't miss the sleepless nights. I like playing with her all day, and then I like it when she goes to sleep.
Understandable.
So, like I can deal with all the hard stuff, like all the whatever, always being busy, but just like I can sleep. That's all I really, everything else is just like, that's life. But sleep is important. Okay. But I've been told once you're a parent, you're permanently tired. So
I can understand. Oh man, but you're gonna have to sleep like this turtle, like this tortoise here. Like that'll be you in like 60 years. But so, oh yeah, they also had lemurs. I did not expect that at all. As a place specializing in lizards, then turned a corner and found some lemurs.
Yeah.
It's like you got to train yourself to sleep with your eyes open as a parent. Says inverse. It was the zoo in the town over from me. You could feed the tortoises. Man, I wish I could get to feed these tortoises. I want to feed these gators too. I don't see what these lemurs are like. You know, I grew up with that show as a Boomafoo, and lemurs have been a favorite of mine. So I want to see what these guys are really like. But yeah, these guys were hopping around. I guess I didn't get. I think right after I took this, they started grooming each other. So they seem like nice little creatures. Scott says, they are lemurs. I doubt anybody was debating that they were lemurs, but yeah, they in fact are lemurs. They had two kinds of lemurs. They had these guys, and they also had these guys. This might have been my favorite sight. The whole park. This and all the gators this lemur just absolutely chilling. I've not seen this lemur was chilling out more than the gators and the tortoise. I mean, have you ever seen anything do this? I mean, look at this guy. Look at this dude. This, I think this needs to become a meme or something. Somebody screen grab this. Like the look on his face.
Can we Photoshop Steven in there?
Yeah, Josh says Zaboomafoo memory unlocked. Yeah, and this the same colors as that one from the show. Man, what is this guy even thinking he's doing? There are about 100 memes that could be made off of this guy. They are just weird little creatures doing that, just absolutely flopping out, but still with some paranoid, wide-eyed look on his face. But that is just how they chill out. That is just the life for them. Looks like, oh yeah, and the other guys too. It almost looks like chinchilla fur. Yeah, I would like to get in there and see what those guys are like. It's like why wouldn't they let people in there? Check out the lemurs. Hey, I don't know if they're. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they'll be unfriendly, or they seem to be nice. They look like nice little guys. Would probably be a fun pet to have. Yeah, if you've seen these guys and most of the time I've seen lemurs, they're not just flopping out like that. I think that this is their midday chill out time. Usually, they are zigzagging around the place, jumping from trees, running all over the place. I think they're on break from that. Usually, they're the complete opposite from what I've seen. I think you would need to have like an enclosed yard with nets over the trees, because they would just tear around the house, and you they'd probably go nuts with the lack of space that they'd have, unless you have them out in a yard with trees that they can jump and swing from. Yeah, Alex, that's what I was saying. I brought up Zaboomafoo. Yeah, that was one of my favorites. That show was the bomb. Yeah, they are. Well, they are. They are some kind of primate. But yeah, they got grippers. They will like try catching one of these guys. Like if you have had one of them as a pet, try catching it. Good luck. There's no way that they will not evade you. So I don't know about. I mean, if you just want to observe them, maybe then that's kind of a fun pet that they could be. But I wouldn't trust them just living on your couch. I wouldn't trust that they'd be the best to do that for. Yeah, they got grippers. They can climb anything. Yeah, good luck trying to get them in your house if they get outside.
So what else did you do when you're down there? You were so obviously you're seeing some wildlife. You visited family, doing anything fun?
Yeah, I did actually. They were there with me when we went here to Gator Farm, and from most of the things we were doing there, family I was visiting were going with us. But Hook's Logan said that they like to move it. That's dated reference. That is.
It depends on your age if you know that or not. I don't think
Oh
Gen Z is going
my.
to get that one.
Yeah, I remember Madagascar was one of the first movies that I remember seeing. One of the first
Uh-oh.
ones. That when I
So
was
I
like
saw it.
2 years old. Yeah, I was
Wait,
2 years old.
when were you born?
2004.
2000. Oh boy, I'm an old man.
When were you born?
I'm an old man. 1988.
Oh wow.
I'm an old man. 2004. That's when I got my first job caddying, and that was funny because I remember this very specifically because 2000 either came out in 05 or 06. I'm gonna say 05. Madagascar. I feel like it was 5. Yeah, 2005. And I remember going to see it with my girlfriend at the time when I was a junior in high school, maybe a senior. I remember thinking it was funny.
Huh. Really? I remember. I don't remember the exact first movie I saw. It might have been Wall-E, or no. Oh, it might have been Horton Hears a Who. I remember that's the first one I saw in theaters. But there, I remember seeing Madagascar when I was about 2 years old. That's one of the first ones I remember seeing. But yeah, Hook. That I haven't heard anybody bring that up in a long, long time. Like I remember the last time I have heard that song out in public was in 2017, and that's at this point that's a while ago. And
It's wild.
wow.
I think first movie I saw in theaters, I remember specifically. Was it? I think it was The Lion King. No, maybe it was either The Lion King or because Lion King came out in 1994, so I was 6, or it was The Santa Claus, which I like to pretend that the second one and the third one and that TV miniseries doesn't exist because the first one's the only one worth watching. But I remember those were like my first 2 movies I saw in theaters.
Really? How about that?
I remember my mom crying after Mufasa died.
Oh, that's hard. Oh man, I have not once ever cried in a movie, but I've sat next to people who have cried in movies, and it's kind of awkward. Not for them, but
Yes.
I feel awkward.
I feel awkward. Like, wait a minute, that's not real, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can see where they're coming from. I'm just not, getting with them. But I mean, I could see where you're coming from, but I don't know. You feel kind of awkward when you're next to somebody having that kind of response. Going, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at Alex Cash's comment. Mine was Aladdin. So I don't know if you know. So are you wouldn't be, you'd be able to find it on YouTube, but there was like this background audio about like girls taking their clothes off or something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. What was up with that?
So it was so Disney animators back in the day used to do something. So they did something in The Lion King too when Simba's like talking to the heavens and trying to talk to his father, and like falls, and apparently like the stars like vaguely spell out sex. But in Aladdin, when he goes over the balcony and the tiger, Raja's like, oh, is it getting in his face? He's like, yeah, get down, kitty, and like in the background he says something like, good teenagers take off their clothes.
I remember, yeah. Well, I've seen that clip. I don't know what was up with that.
It's on YouTube. It was in the original VHS. I don't think it ever made it to the DVD version, but it's easily on YouTube. But it's just really, really weird how stuff like that happened. And then, excuse me, in the what was it called? Rescuers Down Under a Screenshot? Is that what it's called? No. There was like someone's. So somebody, I'm going to put this in the chat if you just want to pop it up. So in the original VHS version, and feel free to delete this right afterwards, it was a single frame from the movie. So they're doing whatever they're doing, and then you can see on the top, there's a topless woman. This made it into the VHS release. Now, when you're watching a VHS, obviously it's very, very hard to see that because it's 29 frames per second, and it's not like DVDs, like where you can like really pause and like kind of go frame by frame. But it was found to eventually take it out. So somebody thought they were funny and did that.
Huh.
Disney used to do some sus things back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna delete this because it's technically
No problem. But anyway, I've been missing out on a couple comments here. Isn't there a type of lemur? That's the civet. I don't know if that's a type of lemur, but it is some kind of primate. What was your favorite animal to see? The gators. The gators. You know, and the tortoise. That was probably the most exciting to see. You know, seeing these gigantic tortoises in person for the first time. But yeah, I was there. I went on the trip partly for the gators, and that was what I was, I guess, most glad to see because gators galore out there. Inverse says supposedly if you don't cry for a sad movie, you're labeled as heartless. Oh, well, label me. I guess I'm labeled on some lists now. Well, you know what? The heartless list is better than a bunch of other lists you could be labeled on. But yeah, but yeah, these lemurs, I just realized what they remind me of. These are like puppy monkeys. These guys are puppy monkeys. That's there.
That's right. Good call outs, Cash. I forgot about that one.
But apparently, yeah, for some reason, this gator park, this gator farm had the Ark of the Covenant. They just casually next to Crocodile Pond. There's the Ark of the Covenant. For whatever reason. So I mean, there's that. Just casual Ark of the Covenant showcase. So there you go. Oh yeah, there's this guy missing part of his snout. You can see his teeth sticking out. Oh, go back. Apparently, these guys get into scraps occasionally, but they mostly get along just fine. But there was also this guy, probably the funniest looking lizard I've ever seen. It was in a glass little terrarium. I think it's some kind of gecko. I've not seen a gecko like this, but is that not one of the funniest looking, funniest posed lizards you've seen? This guy's just flattened. But yeah, that was all the photos I had taken from Gator Farm. But yeah, I would 100% recommend going if you could. I don't know exactly where it is at, but it's near St. Augustine. I know it is near St. Augustine. I'm not sure where, but real nice place. If you want to see some gators, tortoises, and everything else, that is the place. That is certainly the place. You'll be blown away by all the gators they got there. That's all the foot. I showed you multiple gators, some tortoises, some lemurs, 2 different varieties of lemurs, and a gecko. And you're displeased? You're displeased with that, Inverse? What are you expecting? What are you expecting here? Come on, tell me. Tell me, man. I'm waiting. We ain't just gonna get a red angry face from you. Colin said, "Did you fly?" No, I had to experience everything on the way because there's, if I flew, I could not have gotten the experience of getting some free Captain D's. On, oh man. I don't know, a dinosaur. Go and look at some chickens or something. They're the closest we have to dinosaurs. Go to Turkey Farm or something. Like turkeys are our modern day equivalent of raptors. I don't know. They had some dinosaur statues. Would you have been satisfied if I had shown some pictures of dinosaur statues? Would have been satisfying you.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah. Oh, that would have been fixing it. If I had given us some dinosaur statues. Well, I'll keep that in mind for next time. That's too much driving. It would be if you had gone straight there, but it was slightly rewarding, you know? I could have gotten to see that, I got to see that the top recommended place to go while I was in Tennessee was the Jason Aldean Kitchen and Bar. I wasn't taking too many stops when I was going there because I needed to get there. But on the way back, I did try to take a couple. So yeah, it was productive. It was fruitful and rewarding. But yeah, after I went to the Gator place, went to see Old St. Augustine, which it's the first. It's cool to see, cool to be there. Being the first town founded in the country. So that's all well and good, but you get overwhelmed being there because of the fact that since it comes with the fact of it being the first established town in the States, that means it's put on the pedestal, and it creates gimmicks. It creates the gimmick of being town number one, and with gimmicks comes with tourism comes gimmicks, and with all the pedestal placing comes the gimmicks and the tourists, and you start to forget why you're there. When you are overwhelmed by all these people visiting from everywhere, there were even some British people there, I think, that we encountered, and all these vendors selling plastic junk for souvenirs, all these pirate places. It is a big detractor. I've been to plenty of historic towns, none as historic as St. Augustine, of course, but all of them have been a better experience than that. All the towns that were less old, that were not as old as St. Augustine, not as good of an experience because you tend to forget why you're there when you're mobbed by a bunch of kids carrying plastic swords that make noises and blow bubbles out of them. You get my gist here. Do not get sleepy and nod off after driving too long. That's why I can't do road trips. I have had that problem. I've come close before. I will admit I have come close. But That's times
It's some
when these
scary
come in
stuff.
handy.
I've fallen asleep behind the wheel before, and
I've not fallen asleep.
uh,
I've gotten a bit drowsy, but that's when these things start to come in handy.
yeah, the when you wake up and you're stalling the road, you're like,
Oh,
whoa, and you're like, and your first question to yourself is how long? How long was I asleep?
you know what has
Was it a
kept me
minute? Was it-
awake is the fear of falling asleep. I'll start to get drowsy, and the fear of nodding off is what keeps me awake. It's what keeps me going. Inverse says, did you go to the Trump store? Yeah, the Trump store. I passed 2 big billboards for the Trump store, the Trump specialty store. Coleman, I couldn't have seen that while I was flying. You know, it's too high up to go past the Trump stores. So yeah, Hook, if you're still here, next time if you decide to tag along on my next Florida trip, we'll be going to Nashville, hitting up the Jason Aldean's Bar and Grill, and the Trump specialty store. How about it? Powerpuff 2013, you didn't actually play that thing like the old lady from Drake and Josh during the episode Girl Power Season 3. Okay, well, I'd like to know where I can get the mushrooms that you got access to. I want to investigate a haunted location and record my experience. Me too, Scott. That's what I've been wanting to do for a while. If I can get a crew together to go do that with me, if I can get that to happen. But yeah, that is definitely on my list of ambitions to do for the channel. I get woken up by the bumpy grooves they put in the side of the road. That I once did go over into the grooves for about 1 second, but that it's really a we're really fortunate that they put those in, because before they put those in, like on the highway that my road is off, some guy I think fell asleep at the wheel and crashed his car into a pizza place. So I don't know, maybe that could have been prevented, because right after that they put in the grooves. Oh, that foosball behind you makes me think of the regular show episode named Stick Hockey. Don't know much about the regular show. Powerpuff. Such a Justin Platt-like question. Yes, the Stickspell. Why would you be surprised that there would be a Trump store? I mean, Trump got elected twice. So why is it then surprising that he has a store, that he has multiple specialty stores? Come on.
There are many Trump stores.
Yeah, it's such a Justin Platt-like question. There was a harpist lady on Drake and Josh once. Oh, okay. Once I entered a lucid dream state while awake. I might have had that experience once or twice. Can you tell Stick Spell to unblock me? I know who PanCloud is. Nobody writes Stick Spell like Stick Spell.
Who's PanCloud?
I'm not gonna blow his cover.
Blow his cover. It's more fun. Blow cover. Blow the cover.
It will come out soon enough. There's only one, and okay, yeah, there's only one person it could be who spells Stick Spell like that, and Inverse can't see, so it's somebody who's blocked Inverse. Oh man, there's only one who it could be. Oh man, dang, man, you got to get better at hiding yourself and your identity. Or Inverse has blocked. Yeah, Stickspell, you don't have anyone blocked, I know, but this guy, oh man, oh, this is yet another one, another alt.
Trump doesn't deserve. Oh my goodness, let's look. She can't string a thought together, people. I'm not saying you have to like Trump, and that is perfectly fine. Perfectly well within your reason. He can be a bit extreme. I voted for him. Do I love the guy? No. I just think between the two choices, it was clear that he was better to run the country. Kamala is dumber than a bag of bricks, and and Biden was a vegetable. I don't know what else there's no other way to say it.
Alrighty then. Well,
Sorry, we make the street political.
yeah, I mean it's something. It's something that keeps us going. But Coleman says order a pizza for dinner. But that's random. We're talking about everything else, and then you bring in pizza. Was it because I ordered a pizza one of the like 2 streams ago? Is that why it is? No, I mentioned earlier. I'm probably going to have some imitation crab rolls. I'll probably get some imitation crab and stuff that into a hot dog bun and call that lobster rolls. Because that shows. I come back from Florida and I do that. I come back from Florida and I have some imitation crab for dinner. That shows. Proves that I'm a true Indiana boy. If I come back from Florida and immediately go have some imitation crab for dinner. Yes, Inverse, I will. Yeah, no, we're not. You're not Super King. We know. We know who you are, and we know you're not Super King.
Believe me, Super King is it's 2 people you can identify very easily: Super King and Matic. Mm-hmm. They know how to blow their cover pretty good.
Coleman says, "Have you lost your mind?" No. I'm just a true Midwesterner, man. You gotta accept that. But yeah, stuff in can. Anyway, canned goop. Yeah, that's how it is. Coleman, come on over here, man. Make your way on over here. Fly if you want. We'll show you how it's done. We will take you to Red Lobster. How about it? But yeah.
Wait, has this guy been exposed? Is that Joe Tistic?
Just see for yourself, man.
Oh God, he hates me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't help it, man. When that motherfucker is making jokes about incest with his sister, I can't handle that shit, man.
My sister going into labor today. No, it's not mine. Yeah, Inverse, he still needs to ask his handlers, you know? I'm actively trying to make it happen. Joe, we'll discuss it later. We will. But no, I was gonna say, yeah, the St. Augustine experience, I thought was gonna be one of the highlights of the trip, and it wasn't, you know, that much. You know, I tried to ignore as much of the tourism as I could, but it's just hard. It's hard, but you know, I still like being there. It's worth going. It's worth going, but not buying into the tourism. Just go there to look. Give some business to the smaller local businesses there, and just like tune out everyone around you, and just admire the city, because that really only way you can have a rewarding experience there. But I went to this Greek restaurant there, and I really have not had a good share of Greek food in my life. I just haven't. There's not been a much of options around here, but this place, I tell you, man, was it good! And it was, I think, authentic. There was the only people working there that I had seen were Greek people who that was the first time I'd ever met Greek people. I had not ever met Greek people before, but they seem like some nice people, and they have amazing accents. I'd not ever been able to place what a Greek accent is, but it's amazing. So yeah, go to a Greek place with Greek people working there if you can. And I got some lamb, and it came with some roasted potatoes with green beans and it's like some garlic onion green beans and some mint jelly. Dang, was that good? And I also got for this thing for dessert, which was I should have taken pictures of it, but it was just so good. I wasn't even thinking of it. For dessert, I got this baklava thing. It was basically baklava, but instead of the sheet pastries, it was wrapped in these this like really thin semolina dough. It was like noodles. It was like really thin noodles, but they were crumbly like sheet pastry that you get on baklava. And this thing was amazing. It just had the honey walnut filling. So man, if you know where to get some authentic Greek food, go and do it. And that's one business, and it was a small place. That was one business in a enormously tourist oriented town that I 100% am okay with giving that business to. So go out and do that because it was rewarding. Stickspill says, "I hate green beans." Oh, that reminds me of that. Stickspill, I'm not out of the know if you're aware, but that's a recurring line on that Super Mario Logan thing. Oh, man. Those were the days. I watched a couple of those when I was a kid. So just to be giving you a heads up, Stickspell, you are quoting. That's a known line from that show. And with some of the people in this community, I'm sure they'd recognize it. They'd be diehard fans. But do you really hate green beans, or were you actually making that reference? Because if so, if you do really hate green beans, one moment, my bodyguard he seems to have lost his head. Come on, bro. I was thinking of giving you a raise this week. But then you go out and lose your head. Come on, dude. Do better. Paying you well enough as it is. But no, I was going to say Stickspill. If you hate green beans, make some. Make some yourself. Steam them. Steam them till they're just tender enough. Still have a little bit of snap and crunch. Yeah, with some butter and salt. Grass-fed butter, preferably, and salt. They're one of my favorite vegetables. You cannot go wrong. Cannot go wrong with them. You need to be bugged to told to take a picture of what you eat. I'm not one of those. I've always scoffed at those folks on Instagram who get things, nice looking things, just to take a picture and try and prove that they have a life. Meanwhile, kind of placing themselves into some very, very uninteresting stereotype. So yeah, I've only taken pictures of things that I've made that I've been really pleased with, But if I go out and order something, I'm not taking a picture of that unless it's something that's real good looking, as is some of the things that I've posted on here. But not the food picture taking kind of guy. If it's just something random, but if it's something that I'm really pleased with, then I definitely would. Use that stuff for Dubai chocolate. Not familiar with that. Come on, where is it? What was that? Really hate green beans? Room is haunted. I'm telling you, Inverse. Ever since you made that your AI image has cursed my room, man. Final Destination. His head ain't screwed on right. You can take him before pick after. And see, there you are. Finally got here. We're discussing you earlier. We were discussing you earlier. Nothing that we wouldn't want you hearing. We ain't talking badly behind you.
Behind your back. We're talking Gators.
Yeah, just talking Gators.
Let's get some tea in here. Let's get some drama. We got anything good?
I don't know. Oh, Inverse says, show her your leg. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. You said I didn't have a single hair on my body. And, Inverse really wants me to show you this picture. Get screen sharing to work. Yeah, this one. There you go. Oh, also, Stickspell said I look pale. How about now? Still looking pale? That pale to you? Waxes month. That's one thing you'll never. I will shave my entire body before I wax. Before I wax anything.
No interest in waxing.
Oh, why would you do that? Why would you put?
No, you just gotta keep things, nicely trimmed. That's it. Yeah. You got back hair, get rid of the back hair. Too much chest hair, trim it up. You don't want stomach hair, shave it down. Do whatever you want. Don't be a bear. That's my motto. Just don't be a wild animal.
Yeah, man, I don't shave anything on myself. So I'll just see how long I can ride that. How long I can ride the no shave spree.
It's a bikini wax.
You don't like
it's
feeling
the bikini wax with a special happy ending.
It's an odd way to end that sentence. I wasn't expecting that.
I was with a couple of friends a couple of weeks ago. And, excuse me. There was a story in our local newspaper about like the how many shady massage parlors there were in our area and trafficking and things like that. And then this guy that went, he goes, "Yeah, I've been to a bunch of those." And I know him to be married twice. And I said, I hope it was, like, as weird as it sounds, I hope it was while you're with your first wife and not your current wife. So it's a little weird here in New Jersey.
I've not known anybody who's, I've not known anybody here who's gotten and done that. Although I doubt there's any. I mean, maybe in the downtown area might be one. Oh, actually, no, there is one. There is one.
Neon light that says open. That's that kind of place.
Yeah,
I bet Steven, I'd be willing to bet that Steven has been to a happy ending place before. Maybe we'll ask him now in the next stream. It's like, "Hey, Steven, you ever get a happy ending before? Don't lie."
He would make up a story. Like if he hasn't, and even if he has, he would make up some story, some crazy story about that. Or Jack would. And then Jack would say like he got kicked out of one once. I gotta say, you know what a happy ending. Stop lying, sir. You know what a happy ending. Sure, Josh. I know what happy ending. Don't want to catch them blue waffles. You are one of the last people I'd want to hear mentioning blue waffles. Happy Trail is. I think that's, I don't know, a motto for some of the state parks around here. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna ignore those last couple comments.
And then
But
I guess
anyway,
now
well,
you know
yeah.
but just think about it when Jackson Steve and get like 5, 6, 7 donations in a row of like messed up stuff between their sex life, their mom, anything. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah. Do you, Josh says, "Do you know what a rocket trail is?" Haven't heard of
I
that
don't
one.
even know what that is.
Neither of us know what you're
What
talking about.
is
Neither of us know
a
what
rocket
you're
trail?
talking about. What you're investigating, Mr. Calderon. But uh, but no, I was gonna say, related to the all the Trump store signs we passed. There was in St. Augustine. There was this place right along the main road after you turn off the bridge that goes over the big inlet that separates St. Augustine from the larger part of Florida. There was this place that had all these signs up front. It was some restaurant, had a bunch of outdoor seating, and all over the front of it had signs that were quite dated at this point, saying Trump 2024, get Biden out, Democrats are the problem from the inside, liberals are not welcome in Florida. Some of them I think were misspelled, but like out of all that was one highlight. That was one highlight. It's like I would rather see that than all the other tourist nonsense there. Um, well, yeah. The thing is, I would have no problem unless you had not made that one comment. You made that one comment, and I lost interest. You know, so you can thank yourself for that. But yeah, and so you can. Here's the fit, as we say. Right? I can't see. You get a 1 second shot. Yeah, there it is. Inverse, why do you have to? Is there not enough of that in the world and in some of these shared communities? Is there not enough of that, and you have to put on that kind of show? And so you said no, he didn't spin. Well, yeah, Josh, I had an entire pack of hot dogs earlier. I did. So, working on that. And then, of course, you have to remind us that something by the name of that exists. Saucy.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, I was talking about the place in St. Augustine with all the "Go away, liberal, get Biden out" signs that they still have up, probably from 2020. They put up. They were probably one of the one places that was open in 2020, and like let everybody in without wanting masks or outdoor seating or anything. It's like they're still living in 2020. That place is like, what do you want to bet that there's a bunch of Karen type folks still going there? Tire pack. I mean, if there anybody needs to have an entire pack, it's me, man. Is that not true? Come on, man. Yeah, anyway, I did get to experience the beach there briefly. I was mostly caught up doing other things. But yeah, I did get to have a little beach experience. And the water, The thing is, the weather there in Florida was nothing like I had ever seen before. I'd been to Florida 3 other times, and I had not been in that area where it's been cloudy. It was overcast for like half the time we were there, and there was a wind chill. Or, yeah, I had not experienced that in the summer. Like I had never experienced. No, it wasn't a wind chill. It rained. I had not ever been to Florida when it had been overcast or rainy, and it rained. It rained hard where we were out there. We were staying at a place right by the beachfront, and it just came down. Never experienced that before, but did get to go out into the waters seeing as we were staying right by the beach. Did a lot of beach walking, but got in only for a little bit, and well, it was quite nice. It was you got quite the chill shock at first, but it was you got used to it, and I would have liked to stay in there longer. But the waves were quite quite active. Good for surfing, not the best for swimming, I think. And I wouldn't be going out there to be doing much swimming either because me and the ocean
Don't mix.
No, well, there's gonna be some getting used to there. I mean, there's things in the ocean I ain't that ready for. You know,
It's weird. I grew up. I live 2 miles from the ocean, so I've been around it my whole life. So it's just kind of wild. I can't imagine living anywhere else. Where do you live again? Like Midwest or?
Yeah, middle of the Midwest. I'd say 6 feet from Munster just to be safe. What are you afraid? What are you afraid you're going to catch? Catch. I don't know. What do I even have on me? The only thing you'd catch is the scent of my bat cologne. My official Batman branded cologne.
What does Batman smell like?
It's something I can't place, but it's something that works since in every iteration of Batman we've seen, he's always had good fortune with these all the ladies he ends up with and keeps going through. I mean, it's worked for him with Kim Basinger and Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman, and really, I can't remember the names, but you know them all. You got City Girl. There it is. That L.A. Cali girl, purple hair immunity. Dang. I might have purple hair immunity. I don't know. I might have the purple hair immunity. I might have. You had Batman cologne. I wonder if we had the same kind. Batman must smell. That's a Casey type comment right there in verse. What did Hook say? Catch the bird flu from the pigeon wings. Pigeons got a good bit of fat on them, man. I'd go out and try them if you could. Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, man. It's worked for him for.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Pan Cloud. So first of all, we've seen a video of Stephen with a gun, and second of all, it's well documented that Mothy showed up uninvited and had a gun pointed at him. I don't think that's a good idea.
Surround Jack's house in a giant circle and what? Ring around the rosy?
He can't shoot all of us? No, I think he can.
Yeah, not when they're doing Ring Around the Rosie. Just picturing, like, Joe Tissick hand in hand with Jesse, hand in hand with Mothy.
After all the items I've sent to the PO box, did you see the latest 2 things I sent?
Oh, I don't think I have. That sounds like
Uh,
Children of the Corn. Oh man.
Let me see. So I
You
sent.
hear Joe giggling him. Oh man, off in the woodline, you just.
So,
They'd be out on their porch, out in their pool, and just in the distance in the woodline, you hear.
since he checked the
no.
chat, I sent him these 2 items. He showed them on stream. He was a little disturbed.
Who'd be the first one to catch a bullet? Probably Mothy, since he's been warned before. So
I don't know what he was thinking. Like, what did he think was going to happen by just showing up to their house?
I mean, what does Mothy think about many of the things he does?
That's true.
Oh man.
Did him and Pace have a falling out, or are they still buddies?
They're on good terms. Last time I heard, he's not publicly associated with them. Anyway, she even used Bub Shot. Dang. But anyway, speaking of woods and the wood line, on the day I left from Florida, after I got good Florida fix, Florida experiences, got to visit this one beach that was quite out there, out of the way, on a state park. Very, very undeveloped. Was surrounded by a bunch of sand dunes. It's called Anastasia Beach. Go there. If you're going to go anywhere in Florida, to any beach, Anastasia Beach. They've got all these wild plants growing. They've got passion fruit flowers growing there. I had not seen those anywhere in the wild. I've only seen people growing those. But they were growing out the sand dunes. So hit up Anastasia Beach when you can. But yeah, good trip. Good rewarding experience there. But on our way back, I stopped in this place in Marietta, Georgia, and met up with Crazy Uncle. He made his way down over there. And the first time I've seen Crazy Uncle in quite a while, and he took us to this place that's one of his favorite places, and it's an entirely Brazilian-run Brazilian cuisine. I'd never been to a Brazilian place before, and I was expecting, a Brazilian place in Georgia. Wasn't expecting too much from that, but it subverted all my expectations.
Was it one of those all-you-can-eat steakhouses where they keep bringing it out?
Kind of. But it was all Brazilian people. There was somehow a giant Brazilian population in Georgia, in that area of Georgia, outside of Atlanta, and it was just all the people working there were Brazilian, and most of the customers eating there were Brazilian as well. I just could not believe it. I don't think I'd met Brazilian people before, and I'm just surrounded by them all. Everything, like all the signs and writing in the place was in Portuguese. Everyone there was speaking Portuguese. Crazy Uncle, of course, having his experience cycling through South America and living in Brazil, he obviously knew his way around everything and was doing most of the talking, doing most of the communicating. He took most of everybody's orders. He speaks fluent Portuguese, had no problem communicating with them all. He knows what they're like, so he was able to get us through perfectly. And man, I have the picture here of what I ended up getting. What part of Florida? See the Florida Keys? I did not. Next time though, I'll Hook. Next time when we'll go out to Florida, and we'll go out to the Florida Keys and see if we can find old Kokomo. We need to find Kokomo
Get
off the
there
Florida
fast.
Keys.
Take it slow.
There's a place
Sorry.
called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away from it all. Yeah, man, Hook, we will find Kokomo.
You should go on a cruise if you want to find Kokomo.
Oh yeah. Some bougie cruise. I mean, if we get enough donations for the stream, that'll fund me and Hook's Kokomo trip. How about it? But yeah, this is what I ended up getting out there. But yeah, I went to. It was kind of between St. Augustine and Daytona. And stand near the railing. Stand near the railing? Why? I'll hit up Chelsea. Okay. Oh, that actually might work, you know? But somebody just randomly texted me the number 3. Okay, that's something. Yeah. Well, if we can get that worked out, yeah, me and Hook will go on the cruise and find Kokomo, find that blissful place, see if we can recreate all the themes from those lyrics that we all love. But okay, that ain't nothing compared to what we got here. This is what I got at this Brazilian place. Hopefully you can see it all. But on this plate on the right, that was picanha. It's sirloin from the sirloin cap, and that they just cook these things over. They grill them on spits, and they go over. You can. It was a. You go over to with your plate, and this guy comes up with these chunks of meat on a spit, and he just cuts off slices of it until you until you're done, it'll just cut until you are good. But then also there's these wings that were just on a. This guy brings over on a spit, and he just keeps putting them on your plate until you're done. Also, there is pineapple. These chunks of pineapple that this guy had on a spit, and he would just do the same thing as the meat. He would just slice off these grilled and smoked. This stuff was smoked, pineapple with these cinnamon spices on it. I think cinnamon and maybe something else. Just to cut off slices onto the plate until you until you got your desired amount. But then on the left plate, that's all things that they had in. Oh, I wasn't looking at the chat. Okay, can't see. Oh dang! How can you not see? Oh, I didn't transition the screen, did I? That's the first time I've. There we go. There we go. Saucy, what? You're my co-host. You should have been looking out for me. I just explained a bunch of imaginary food.
I should have. I dropped the ball there, bud.
Come on, man. You're gonna be your Satcom's replacement. Gotta get with it, man.
I need a pay raise first.
Okay, well, we'll sort that out later. But yeah, anyway, you can see on the right plate, that's the picanha, the wings, the pineapple. But then on the left plate, those were all items from a buffet station where they had these, heated trays. Got the rice, the beans, those white things at the very end, those are actually slices of yucca, which is a plant that you mostly see the leaves of, but I think that's the heart of the plant. There's some grilled plantains on the edge, and on the back there's some meatballs in sauce with onions, and man, all of this, every bit of everything you see on this plate was just sublime. Like this stuff, and in the middle, that's Brazilian soda pop. Basically, they're Coca-Cola. It's like Coca-Cola to them. But yeah, everything was 100% authentic. I wasn't expecting that, seeing as it's a Brazilian place in Georgia, but it was all Brazilian people making authentic stuff, and I can confirm that it's authentic because Crazy Uncle, he lived in Brazil for a while, so he confirmed that this is 100% authentic, 100% accurately recreated Brazilian food, and it was just glorious. Like it was just they have the meat items smoked and just grilling, rotating over a spit, cut it clean off. That was, as fresh as you can get, and they just did not have a single bad item at all.
You ever have any halal food?
I have not. I have not actually. I don't think there's any of that around here.
No, so there was this place in New York City. It was called the Halal Guys. It was a famous like food truck. And they got very big, but they were very authentic. But then somehow or another they franchised. Now they have all these locations. They actually have some in Florida. I don't know if they have in the Midwest. It's really disgusting now because it took halal food and made it like, McDonald's of
that's like that defeats the purpose of halal.
So, but if you get real halal food, you can get like a real halal like beef and lamb platter, chicken and lamb, and get over rice and lettuce. And they're famous. They call it just the white sauce. It's not tzatziki. It's hard to describe, but so good.
Yeah, I've not had any. There's not been any place around here that has had any. But one thing I can tell you that you need to go and try is authentic Brazilian food if you can. NC says, did you use the sunscreen with the killer whales on it? I'm not sure which one that is, but no, I use the best sunscreen I've come across so far. All the sunscreens I've used, it's the brand is Badger sunscreen. That is it. All of Badger's products I've been quite impressed with. But Enver says you enjoy Brazilian people. They're so chill. Yeah, I didn't know you would have been around too many Brazilian people out there, but I guess it is closer than Georgia that you are to them. But yeah, I mean, Crazy Uncle, he can confirm after living in Brazil and being in South America for about a year, he can tell you that they are some of the best people that you can meet. They're they're really inherently nice people. And he said that whenever, like a very common greeting that you get from these people, even especially if they don't know you well, is, have you had lunch? They ask you, have you had lunch? And it took him quite a while to realize that they were not plain asking him, did you have lunch? And he would respond with, oh yeah, well I had lunch a couple hours ago, I had this and that. Have you had lunch? What did you have for lunch? It took him a while to realize that that's an invitation of them to, they're inviting you to come over to their place and have lunch. Like, they are very concerned with people being fed, and that's an invitation from them to come. And they have rice and beans. Like he said, just about every Brazilian has rice and beans that is on the stove, just keeping warm, and they usually have some kind of meat that's been smoked and will last a bit. and they always have hospitality in mind at first in mind, and that's a common thing that you get asked, especially if you're a newcomer. Is have you had lunch? Which means, would you like to come and have lunch? You know, it's like amazing people who really kind of defy um, many social stereotypes and bounds that you get in many other places. You know, you'd not see something like that um, in many other places. Um, yeah, they're very welcoming. You know, there was Crazy Uncle. You'll have to go back and check out that first podcast we did when he talks about much of the stuff at length. But um, yeah, he has few other things than good things to say about most of the folks he's met in South America. Not in touristy places, not in high wealth areas. Usually, it's just people in the middle of nowhere. That you know, of course, he went through much of the middle of nowhere on his bike, and he was in this one area, this forest that had just a couple houses in it, and it's an area. It's there areas like that you hear about. You know, especially people from America, getting like kidnapped and held for ransom and getting killed. You know, that's what you hear. But he was in this area on his bike. It started to rain, and he passed this house, and there was this lady out there who was out on her porch, and she beckoned him over, and he decided to go over. And he would he was gone. He was there for the summer, but he was at some kind of university like Harvard or something, and they just welcomed him, and this guy, random guy, who they had not ever seen before, on his bike, traveling through this area that many Americans were not dare to go, and they just served him lunch and real welcoming and hospitable, and just sent him on his way. So you'll have to we'll have to get Crazy Uncle on one of these streams again. But he talked about much of this on the that old podcast. But I would definitely believe it because I was around these people, and they were just real nice human people. Lag. Some people are saying lag. Am I still lagging?
Yeah, you do just a little bit. Yeah.
Well, topic too much, but I'll say something to take away from this. Brazilian people, they're an outstanding group of people, and go find some authentic Brazilian food if you can, because all of this was absolutely the bomb. It was just nothing like I'd ever had before. The rice and beans, they're nothing. Those were different than the Mexican style rice and beans. Just absolutely, they're different, but just amazing. But let's see if there. I got some dessert to go. I think it's gonna be on the next picture. Yes, this is the dessert I had to go. Got a slice of this passion fruit pudding. Camera's lagging. Well, I'm not the. You don't got to worry about me. Just look at what's on screen, especially this. This passion fruit pudding. The best pudding I've probably ever had. This thing, as you can see right there, your eyes are not deceiving you. That is real passion fruit. That is real passion fruit pulp that they mix into this pudding and then put on top as a caramelized, thick topping. This thing, I did not know could even exist. That all of that I had there just exceeded my expectations, but especially this. Like, this there's hardly any way of describing how good this was. Yeah, it was kind of. Josh Calderon said it was like a flan. Yeah, it was like flan, but with passion fruit. That you just have to try to experience. You just have to experience it by going out and trying it, because there is nothing else like that except exactly this. Where's my phone? Why is my mouth watering? I'm telling you, like anything passion fruit. I think passion fruit is my favorite fruit. Nothing can that's labeled as passion fruit flavored can really recreate how passion fruit really is, what it's really like, except real, authentic, genuine passion fruit. Even the passion fruit pulp that you can get from some places, like in bags, it's mixed with a bunch of like pear juice or guava something. There's nothing like plain real passion fruit, and I've not had authentic passion fruit in anything else before except for this. So this is just, again, another expectation of mine being totally exceeded. And I was treated well. I was definitely treated. Passion fruit is an S tier fruit. Giant buns, top of the S tier. Like if there might even be an S plus tier, it's passion fruit. And you wouldn't know unless you tried one. Six Bell says, bet you had rice and beans for dinner today. I actually have not had rice and beans in over a week. And I'm dying. So, I don't know if you should be glad about that or not. But, who knows. I could have rice and beans right after the stream. Just to get my fix. But, might be not feeling like that kind of work. Might just have some imitation lobster rolls, like I mentioned earlier. Tropical fruits always hit harder than any other normal fruit. Yeah, except for some ones like I'd put peaches up there, I'd put watermelon up there, but passion fruit just is unlike anything else. Like it's unlike any other tropical fruit. It's unlike mangoes, pineapples, bananas. It's its own thing that you cannot find in anything else except, I don't know what type of fruit it technically is, or like what fruit species it belongs to, but it's almost like an alien fruit. Like you could use that. I could see them using that on like Star Wars as this kind of thing, and it seems like you're trying some kind of out of this world substance, because it's like no other fruit you can find. Gotta drop, guys. It's been real. Well, it's not been a real goodbye from you because you just disconnected without saying a word. So, I mean, you're still welcome to come back next time, but you gotta work on your goodbyes, because that's gonna be something that's gonna affect your reception. It's a real reception effector. Why do I always get the words affect, affect, and infect? I always have, like ever since I was like 7 years old, I've always gotten those words twisted up. Yeah, stay saucy, bros. Yep. But this passion fruit sauce, how about that? But how about it? There we go. But yeah, also, there was this one more thing, one more little part of my journey, part of my venture that got to be showcasing off here. Yeah, one more thing, and that is, went for a little walk in the woods on this one trail, and inverse, you've seen this already, but um, you know, stopped at this one place to take a little walk in the woods, and there was this trail that was going into the forest. You know, it was a really windy trail, it was quite relatively flat, but windy little trail, and I eventually came to some rails, a set of railway rails, and I was not at all the place that you would expect a railway line to be. And what was even more interesting is that these tracks were narrow gauge, and which is not anything I would ever expect to see out in some random area of the woods, because that's usually used for, of course, places that are in mountainous regions. Oh, that was Clyde reminding me that I'm on a disconnected call. Anyway, not a mountainous region at all, but there's a set of narrow gauge rails out here. So I followed these rails. I decided to follow these rails, and if you're a railroad fan like me, you know that sometimes you forget what trespassing is. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes trespassing does not apply to you. But that's just how it is. That's how that life is. Have I been back? Have I been gone? Did I go somewhere? Where did I go? Where was I at? Was my stream gone? What happened? How long was I gone for? What happened here? You ain't keeping me updated. Streams ended up abruptly. Oh, it ended? Okay, no. But anyway, what did you hear last? What did you hear? Did you hear me talking about my following that trail in the woods? Anyway, I'll go back from the beginning, but I was out walking in the woods at this one trail, and it was a relatively flat trail, flat area, and I was following this trail into the woods, and eventually came across. I followed it quite a good distance. I walked for quite a while, and eventually came across these rails, this little railroad line. Not at all expecting to see it in that area. It's just a little trail in the woods that crossed over these tracks, which was again not anything like what was expected. Because usually when you're walking in the woods, that's the last thing you're expecting to see. But what was really surprising is that these rails were narrow gauge, which is again not anything expected, since narrow gauge rails are usually what you see in mountainous areas, usually just exclusive to areas like that. But so I decided to follow these rails, as you do, because sometimes if you're a railroad fan, trespassing doesn't really apply to you. Sometimes that's one of the last things that's on your mind. But it's a set of rails. Who's going to care? Josh, there's one thing I got to show you before we continue. There we go. Just need to get that out of the way. Yeah, tell it all you want. Tell it all you want. someone says not to step on the grass, still gun it. Yeah, thug life, isn't it? But even so, I decided to follow these rails, these narrow gauge rails that I happened to find in the woods, and it eventually brought me to this. Who's messaging me? It brought me. Hold on. Oh yeah, and there's this one action shot. Yeah, so these are deep woods, deep into the woods. These, I don't know if that's an old growth forest or not, but everything, a bunch of tall trees, everything's close together. There's no openings at all except for that trail, and now these set of rails that suddenly appear. And so, decided to follow these because it's really the only thing that you do when you find random wood, forest rails. So I decided to follow them, and it led me to this. That's just somebody's shed. That's somebody's garage, practically. With these two old guys sitting in there. Huge, not that huge. Those are narrow gauge rails. As you can see in this picture, they're a lot closer together than standard gauge ones. So yeah, these were, I mean, in terms of sizes, locomotive sizes, these were tiny. Tiny little locomotives in this garage. I mean, you can see that ladder that's on the side. That's just a regular sized ladder. So you can see how small these things are. And you can see some, some, I think there's a lawnmower in the back. Outfit looks for. I agree. The outfit does look familiar. That is Six Bill. I mean, if I could just have a place to myself off in the woods with a little rail loop, I'm telling you, that is my kind of place. Set up camp. I'm telling you. You know, see how long I can last without. You know what? I probably would have the railroad fan privilege, like that rail fan privilege of not getting shot, because that's actually that actually is sometimes how it goes. You know, if you're just somebody will go out there, see it camped out, and they just go, oh, well, they're probably going to do some filming out here, and you know, feature this on YouTube. So you know, free promotion, I guess. But they usually rail fanatics usually get let off easy. I don't know exactly why, but hey, I'll take it. Yeah, I'd run those trains every day. But yeah, it's just somebody's shed with these two little engines in there. So upon further inspection, hold on. There was, where was it? Yeah, you can kind of see them. Yeah, there's a good enough shot of them. Yeah, two very different types of locomotives. That one's the one on the left here is a saddle tank, but also had a coal car in the back, and it had the name Vulcan. You can see on the side, kind of see that, but yeah, it had a name of Vulcan, and it had you can see this little coal car in the back, which is not separate. I think it was actually attached. Like I think the locomotive and the coal car were um, all one thing. Invite GHS. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. But yeah, yeah, just a little saddle tank with an attached coal car by the name of Vulcan, and yeah, here's the back. You can see coal car, and there was you can see here this is the entrance to the maintenance pit, which is of course when you these pits that are actually under the rails, so these guys can go down and maintenance the engine's undercarriage. I think you can kind of see it, the gap right here between the rails. That's the maintenance area. But yeah, nobody was there, so I just went into this little shed that belonged to whoever this belongs to. But yeah, there's these really old buildings. There is these old wooden shacks, really old brick building. But yeah, here's the other locomotive. It's painted red. Usually, I mean, it's in America. It's quite rare to see locomotives with paint jobs that are any other color than black. But I really was not expecting to see this red engine with the name Aggie Express. How about that? That's a locomotive name I've not thought of before. The Aggie Express. It was Vulcan and Aggie. How about that? But I tell you can see how. See by the scale of the things on the ground. There's this pot. It's part of a railroad tie. These things are really tiny in terms of locomotives. And this cab, you can see this tiny little engine with this big cab. Look at how big this cab is. And you can tell these things are old, especially this one. Those are those kinds of locomotives that you see in like really, really old pictures of like parts of America being built. These really, really old photos of black and white photos of lumber yards. We fix up the trains. The Vulcan looked to be in perfect running condition, but Aggie definitely needed some work. They stuffed the cab with a bunch of stuff. Basically, there's just a bunch of stuff strewn about on it, and the smoke box cover was open. So I don't know if they are working on it, but I did see that the maintenance pit was closed off. So who knows? Maybe it's just sitting there. I'd like to go and restore it if I knew how to do that at all. So maybe I'll just try and go there when whoever owns that is there. Just come walking up and go, "Hey, I'd like to restore your locomotive. Can you teach me how to?" Who knows how that would go over. Oh, hey, Virginia. Finally got here. But, yeah, we're just taking a look at this little discovery I found while walking in the woods. I found these rails out here, at the trail, this little trail crossed, which led us to this little shed with these two little locomotives inside. Really, really old little ones. Yeah, the other one out here, the one on the right looks to be in running order, but this one definitely seems like she could use some work. But yeah, these engines are named Vulcan and Aggie. How about that? But yeah, and there was, you kind of see in. All right, I guess you can't see it there, but or maybe you can see it. I can't. But right before that switch in the tracks, there was that line. There was a line that branched off, and there were these two little, or I think there were, there were two little passenger cars out there. These were not like any passenger cars I've seen. They're just entirely wood planks. Like it looks like somebody just got a bunch of wood from the hardware store, built those. Like I could probably make those in my garage with my table saw. Just get some metal paneling for the roofs and just put them on some little chassis. Do the trains run? Are they old? The one on the right, like I said, looked to be in good running order, but the little red one definitely could have used some work. Don't know exactly what the condition would be, but I went there, of course, when nobody was there, because, of course, if you're a railroad fan, trespassing sometimes doesn't apply to you that much. Sometimes you kind of have that pass. But no, nobody was there. I'd be curious to see who owns that little shed, and it was some lawnmowers and a truck parked out there. So I'd be curious to see, and there were some other sheds that just had some like garage equipment, like some you see in somebody's little backwoods garage. So I'd be curious to see who owns that, and I'll have to ask them about the condition of that other engine, see what they're doing with it. But yeah, these passenger cars were there, and they did not have their brakes on. So I tested, and I could they were small enough. There were these little narrow gauge coaches that I was able to pull them. I was able to pull these passenger cars a couple feet down the tracks, which I was not expecting. They just had these things without brakes on. I'm not even sure if these things had any brakes, but yeah, I was able to just pull them a little bit down the line. As long as you don't see no graffiti, then you're safe. Yeah, and I'm surprised that there was no graffiti. But I guess I'm the only one who takes walks in the woods and takes walks in the woods long enough, follows the trail long enough to find a set of narrow gauge tracks. You know what? I'm not sure, but again, sometimes you're not thinking of these things. And if somebody, usually, real fanatics have it easy. Usually, they're the one type of trespasser who does not get shot. I'm not saying I'm wanting to push my luck, but there is some kind of universal privilege that I don't think anybody can explain, but it just is. But yeah, no graffiti on any of these things. These passenger cars were in great condition, like better condition than the locomotives, even though they're made out of wood. I mean, who knows how old they are? But yeah, I followed the rails past the cars, and I ended up out of the woods and found myself at this really really old railway station. I mean, you can tell by the quality of the wood on the side of this building and the way that it's painted. You can see the glass has that really old, like, kind of wavy, aged glass look. So this is a like 1800s looking station that was just down the line, and it was just really baffling because I was not, I found this little shed. I assumed it was just somebody's private shed that they built, and now I find this old, like, it looks to be a goods station, but it could be a passenger station. Could also be a passenger station. So who knows when this was even built? Yeah, whole bound town. Well, this is the first thing I saw, but then I found all these other buildings, and I should have had my friend take some more pictures. But yeah, there you can see some buildings in the background, like really old, like 1800s buildings. And this one you can even see had a steam pumping engine that looks like they took, like the boiler and firebox off of a tractor and are using it as a pumping engine for whatever this building is. But yeah, it was a whole town that is just completely frozen in time. Like, there were no lamps or anything. You can see these wires here. But yeah, this is a fascinating, fascinating place. I don't know what this is doing out there. Yeah, they had this tractor. Yeah, the rails went along the highway. And the interesting thing is, it was just some loop. It was just a loop that went all the way around. I followed the tracks the other way, and it was just in this really large loop. So I'm just confused, if anything, because what is this loop that looks like it was just built by some hobbyist who was able to afford some locomotives and passenger cars? And there's this old town with a railway station. I mean, everything else would look to be, somebody's, pricey hobby. But now you see these rails going alongside this old station. So were they there before? I mean, there were no other tracks that branched off anywhere else. So this is not adding up. Were there some tracks that had been taken out, and this loop was all that remained of them? Somebody bought out and took them over? That's just really kind of a mystery. But yeah, just found while walking on this little woods trail. I will definitely have to do some more research, but obviously I just found this, and so I'll have to update you all on any more developments if I find any. But yeah, that's just this is this kind of thing is what I love seeing. Like, this is a good type of content, here, because it's just, if you find these random things that are just kind of enigmas. If you find a shed in the woods with these steam locomotives inside, I mean, that's interesting enough, but all these other details, I mean, even at this shed, there is these old buildings that did not look to be built in the same era as the shed. I mean, it just looked like something that somebody built, um, maybe 50 something years ago. But yeah, I just love random finds like this that have so many details and are kind of baffling, but yeah, they're fun to unravel. See if you can unravel these mysteries. Haunted train ride. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whoever owns this, which I'll have to find out. But yeah, this would if I could. Whoever owns this, they're fortunate because if I could have a little rail loop with a shed like this, if I could find that, scrape up the cash for that, I would most definitely go for that. That would most definitely be an investment for me, you know. Yeah, but this one especially, I always like seeing videos or shows on his discoveries of all things like that, but to experience it myself, that's definitely a first. Wow. So it's been quite the week. Quite the week. I did one thing that I did try to hit up on my way back from Georgia while I was passing through Tennessee was the the Arrowhead Aerospace Museum. I did try to go there, but when I went there, I programmed it into the directions, and I took the exact route that Google Maps told me to take. Led me straight to a big expanse that was totally covered in gravel, and it was right where Google Maps told me it was. I know I'd been there once before, when I was 5 years old, and since then they have leveled the place. They have completely leveled this whole museum and everything that was outside of it. So that was a bit of a letdown. I went straight to where Google Maps told me, and led me straight to this gated off field of gravel. But yeah, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting them, an aerospace museum, to go out of business, and then to just completely demolish. And it was a really old building. They just demolished the whole thing. So that was a letdown, but at least it got to be redeemed by our little forest railway experience. I will say, I finished up this whole thing in the duration. How long have we been streaming? I don't know. I can't find where. Oh, there it is. Streamed for 3 hours, and I finished this whole thing. Not sure if that was the right idea. I'm getting getting a bit of the jitters here. I don't know. I ate before the stream. I had an entire pack of hot dogs that I made into corn dogs. I don't know why I've not gotten these kind of jitters from yerba before. I don't know what that. Oh, there was still some in that. That's nice. I just sprayed myself with some of this stuff. I don't know. I think I'm kind of becoming unglued here. Yeah, I'm getting the a bit of the jitters. I guess so. 3 hours. Well, usually I guess I haven't started. I haven't had the best track record of starting that early. But man, who knows? I did start at 7, so that's usually that's a bit earlier than I usually have started the past couple of streams at least. But anyway, I'll by like a few minutes. It takes about. Anyway, oh well, I guess there's only one fix to our little problem here. Is the where is it? Yeah, CB's nuts solves everything. Oh, but speaking of things being closed and eating, I have to give a little tribute here to a little place in town by the name of Cafe Pizzeria. Cafe Pizzeria. I have to give a heartfelt RIP to them because after being a staple of the town, they finally last year closed down. So rest in peace, Cafe Pizzeria, 1953 to 2024. They provided us with the pizza that I ate on the Pink Hair stream. I think they closed just a few months after that, so not anything I'd expected. I was not expecting them, of all places, to close down, but classic place in town that ended up providing us with some good stream content, as that stream has been one of my most viewed ones. So, give a heartfelt thank you and rest in peace to that old place. Which, why do they got to do that? Come on now. Why do they got it up and close on us? 1953, providing the community with good pizza. What's your go-to pizzeria? A local one. That's actually just a couple minutes down the highway. Backup pizzeria nearby. Backup, like another one that people go to, or that I would go to. That what you mean? Because that was, or are you talking about like another location? Oh, okay. No. That was the one location, but yeah, they're not my favorite. They were not my favorite. There's a bunch of other places that I would go to before going there, but they were good, and they've been going since 1953. They were one of the most classic places in town. Like you kind of got that idea that they can't close. They've been going on for too long, and they've been, such an iconic place, and survived the test of time until just now. So it's like one of those places that you, in your mind, just it can't go away. It's just a classic old place. So, not the biggest loss in terms of consumption for me, but it hits. It definitely hits. But the strange thing is that I'm all here is about to rip down, same kind of thing. You know what? They are even ripping down. I'm not surprised to hear that. I probably would be if I did not know about the Puente Hills Mall. When I was in LA back in September, I went to go visit the Puente Hills Mall for one of the last times that I'd be able to, because they were about to tear it down. Puente Hills Mall being, of course, the titular Twin Pines Mall from Back to the Future. With the J.C. Penney in the background, which had been turned into a fitness center. But I got to go there, stand in the place where Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd and the DeLorean stood, and I got to go in, and it was one of my favorite malls I've been to. It's like a lot of it was seemed to be unchanged for the past couple of years, and it was really some really low business in there, which I'm surprised considering it's the Back to the Future Mall. I mean, come on, and they're closing and they're going to tear it down. I mean this is just nonsensical. But yeah, Virginia, I saw you said COVID killed the malls. It's not all of them. There's a bunch of the malls around here have not been affected at all, but that's even stranger to see that some are getting less are getting more affected than others because the ones here back like nothing ever happened. Still going strong, but still playing that same old mall music. But yeah, this mall's like the Back to the Future Mall. They have to get hit. What gives? Yeah, I don't know what would make some malls more affected than others. Yeah, because it'd make more sense if there it was more of a COVID effect on most malls, but especially like malls like the Puente Hills one. I mean, it's the Back to the Future Mall. It's in L.A. I'd expect that one to be way more busy than the ones here. Like even the old historic mall downtown, that's still getting good business. But the Back to the Future Mall in L.A. isn't. Strange. Oh, you know what it was? That mall, ironically enough, didn't play mall music. We didn't hear any "Hey Soul Sister." We weren't hearing any "I wish that I could be like the cool kids." We weren't hearing any of that. I weren't hearing any Dance Monkey. I heard they were playing like 80s rock hits. Like they're playing "I Hate Myself for Loving You." Not my favorite song, but compared to the mall music, I'd take that all day. Ever seen Mallrats? I haven't. I have not. You all didn't see that, but this yerba, I've never had this effect from a yerba before. I tried to reach for a peanut, and I just went completely missed the bag. Oh dang it! But Casey, Sir Monster, not banana. Casey, you're one to talk. But yeah, speaking of that place downtown, the interesting thing is that place closed down, that pizza place, and right when that closed down, the place next to it, which was even more of an iconic place than that, was one of the most well-known restaurants in town, and for good reason. It was a diner type place. Served and I'm not exaggerating at all, the best eggs, potatoes, pancakes, all that. The best, diner food ever that I have ever had. It's like nothing even compared closely to that. That place closed down in 2019, I think. And that was a huge, huge disappointment. Although that place I don't think had been around since 1953. But as soon as that pizza place closed down, they opened back up. I thought that place was goner for sure. A total goner. But, I walked, a couple weeks ago, I was, downtown walking past that old pizza place in remembrance, and then I see everybody eating outside at the tables at this diner place, and I'm going, what? I don't know how that worked. Maybe I don't know if the closing of that one had the pizza place had to do with the reopening of the diner, but strange. Um, wants to do a mall music cover album only with Hook. If I can get Hook's Logan, where is he at? Speaking of that, that's Hook's Logan's cue to come in here. We had stuff planned. But yeah, if it'll be me and Hook's Logan, Hook doing his titular, his famous falsetto, and me being barely audible in the background. Where is Hook? He's been popping in and out. He might still be lurking. Yeah, this will be fun. We can get Hook in here. See how I can perform under this state. I've finished a yerba in the duration of one stream before. Like, what gives? Oh, I know why. I know why. I guess I kind of ignored the fact that the one I had, that one stream, was a low caffeine version. This, oh, and low sugar. It was a low sugar and low caffeine. Yeah, the ones in the sleek cans are they usually have the lower levels of both caffeine and sugar. This is the full size can. I think my heart just jumped. That's not good. The best. Still haven't eaten. I had a whole pack of corn dogs before this. I had 6 corn dogs at once. Come on, man. I'm sickly like Jack. In what way? I mean, there's a lot of there are many aspects you could be basing that off of. Go to use the waffle emoji. Well, we need to get some custom ones set up in the chat. Maybe a membership role. Finally figured out how to do the donation link at the top. But maybe members custom emotes are our next venture. Your remote. I might be getting bad yerba flashbacks if I see. Saucy boy, why did you put these things on my server? Without any context, I go and check Discord, and I see these things Saucy's posted. I'm not going to even show these up close. Kind of see them from afar, and I guess I need to show them up close. Anyway, that's enough of that. He was co-hosting for me on Discord. He was here for quite a while, and then he just left without saying a formal goodbye, and then he does that. Having second thoughts about hiring him again. Second thoughts. Different colored shoe. Oh. Okay, that's a good one. Oh shoot. That you've been coming up with the ideas. You've been coming up with the ideas, I will say. Hook's Logan better come back and compete with those ideas. Justin Carey, why don't you stop watching the guy who's a tool who hasn't lost his virginity? You know, I mean, you're the one here watching me, getting me views. That's Super King. I banned Super King on one of his alts over here earlier. That might be him. Is that just Justin Carey Super King? I knew that even for one of my viewers, that's a bit random. Come on, where is Hook at? Super King. The dude's like a tick. Not a tick. That's dude's like a he's like a dog on my trail. He's like he won't lose my scent. He's been there from the beginning. Since the early streams. But come on now. Hook, come on, man. Get over here. Do we call him randomly? I don't know. No way he's asleep already. He's stayed up on voice chats till past 1 a.m. No way he's sleeping on us now. Talk Tonic. Maybe you'll get it if you revoke your accusations of me over seasoning the burgers from last time. Yeah, why can't we just have, instead of Super King, why can't we just have Taco Truck in the chat? Can't we just have Joe Tistic and all of his alts? What does Hook Slogan even do? That he's. What do you think? Do we call him? Do we randomly call him because this segment was anticipated? He's on the spot. He's who the viewers are requesting. Dang. Well, this ain't the first time. On the stream after that one that was quite successful, where we did the singing at the end. I tried to get him back the second time. Same thing happened. But it's Saturday night. What is Hook? What else could he be doing on a Saturday night? He was out earlier. He was out, but he can't be passed out already. He was out and about, but was he passed out? I don't know. Morty. Sure, we'll call Morty. And if he pulls he's online now, and if he pulls what? I just got your call. We're not doing it again. There we go. Yeah, I need to check on Morty. He's online. And he doesn't even pick up. How about that? Disconnect. There we go. Yeah, so Morty's being a ghost here. Keep calling people until someone answers. Oh, dang. Who do you want me to call next? Who should I call next? Satcon? Oh yeah, sure, I'll call Satcon again. Yeah, he came in about like half hour after I called him, going, "What? What's up?" After I told him days ago that I'm going to be streaming. He's surprised. Call Jack. No, somebody just message Jack and say that I'm talking about him. Then he'll probably show up. What are people doing at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night? What do people have going on? He's still... Nobody's out past 11 p.m., especially not Satcon. Satcon that's his... Somebody would call his parents, you know, as well as his parents would be calling everybody if he was out that late. That term? What term? I didn't see. No ball. Yeah, I thought you might have made that up, but yeah, I guess that is something. I would call Casey if Casey would answer. Hook, you're gonna pull this again on us? I don't know about that. Well, I guess while we wait, why did I do that? That's exactly what I needed. Jack is online. Hey, ping him. Tell him to come on over. I ain't calling him. I would message Steven because he actually. We had a little bit of back and forth messaging when he was on Discord, but as we all know, he forgot his password. He can't get back into his account, which I slightly unfortunate, but I think is one of the funniest things. Steven forgets his Discord password and can't get back on. Okay, so Steven forgot his password to his Discord and he's freaking out. I have not ever played piano with a yerba high, so who knows how how long this will last. tone of that piano. I'm saying this. I've not heard a tone exactly like this one anywhere else. Probably considering it's the Washburn Lion and Healy brand, extremely rare brand, and I've yet to hear any others. Which I'm wondering if they would have the same sound or not. But actually, no. Actually, I have heard this same piano tone once before. And here's a funny little thing. I like to go through, when I'm really getting into a specific musician or band, I like to go through their entire discography from the beginning to the end. When I find somebody or some band I really am getting into, I know I really will go from beginning, first records ever, up to their latest. And I decided to do that with the Crickets, and Buddy Holly and the Crickets. Been a fan of them for quite a while, and doing that approach to listening, I found many old album cuts, going through their old albums from 1957, 58, and I found this one song that's not one that's talked about by them at all, and barely anybody would know about it. Just a old album cut. It's called, Think It Over. Yeah. And the significant thing about this is that there's, out of nowhere, a piano solo in it, which is not like any of Buddy Holly's songs, or the Cricket songs. Anytime there's a solo, it is a guitar solo. If there's a solo at all, it's a guitar solo. This is the only song that I've heard of theirs that has a piano solo. And the even stranger thing was that it only comes in the solo. I don't think there was piano in the verses or choruses or any other part of the song except this solo. And it's a very odd solo because it's played on the low notes instead of the high notes, which piano solos usually would. Very, very simple. It sounds like somebody who's not the most accomplished pianist, not playing badly or anything, but not playing something that would be akin to a piano solo that you'd usually hear on a record from the late 50s. And the strangest thing of all is that it sounds exactly like this piano. It's the first time I ever found a piano tone that sounded like that. And it's just on this random old little album cut. Turn the volume up. Ugh.
Cold and old.
Find this. Get to this piano solo. That's it. Yep. Yeah, listen right here.
My heart grows cold and old.
Yeah, wasn't that an odd little thing? Like, the piano came in only in the solo, not heard any other part of the song, and that's not. I mean, it's very. There's nothing odd about the part specifically, but that's not something that you would hear. It's not the kind of piano solo you would hear on a record like that. Yeah. I doubt that like barely anybody knows about that song. It was just a album cut. I don't think it was a single, or maybe it was. I don't know. But yeah, strange, and it is the only other time I've heard. I think the only other time I've heard my piano that the tone of this piano. And you know who knows? Maybe they happen to have a line in Healy, or and there's nothing that's saying that it was impossible that it wasn't this piano specifically, because this thing is old, really old. Definitely older than 1958 when that record was made. Hey, we got our usual latecomer, Bristonian. No, we appreciate you. We appreciate you here. Good having you, Bristonian. There's nothing interesting going on here, just discussing piano tones. Got all the runoff viewers from the Giant Buns stream, except for Hewlenball. I don't know. Maybe he does his duty for Captain Kira and then retires for the night. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. We still haven't gotten a response from Hook Slogan. Don't know if we will. We'll wait it out just a little bit longer. Feel free to ping him. Because there is no way that he has passed out already. Pass out time for Hook Slogan. And I know this because of voice chatting with him many, many times. Pass out time for Hook Slogan is after 3 a.m. I don't know. I'm gonna cut that one short because I don't know if you noticed. I was looking at that music up there. It's a piece I've played before. Yeah, I've played that one before on here, but I was trying to play it backwards. That's something I have not ever done before. Oddly enough, don't know why I've not done that. I've not even thought of doing that before. But that was kind of challenging, and got somewhere with it. Let's see. song, Mr. Piano Man. I'm not gonna play you Piano Man. I'll tell you that. Yeah. I'm not saying Piano Man's a badly written song, but have we not heard enough of Piano Man? It's one of, they're hit songs, and then they're the songs. Because hits come and go. These songs are the ones you hear at every wedding, every time there's some guy performing at an open mic with an acoustic guitar, wearing shorts and drinking a Huck Slogan and I were joking about this earlier. What? Oh, drinking a IPA. Yeah, these songs I'm talking about: Sweet Home Alabama, Wonderwall, Mr. Brightside, Wagon Wheel, Country Roads Take Me Home, Piano Man, Don't Stop Believin', Tennessee Whiskey, Wagon Wheel, Sweet Caroline. These songs. Those never go away. Those songs have been put out there and are here to stay. It's It's our dream that our future kids will one day be able to attend a wedding and hear a different Earth, Wind, and Fire song. Because they have them. They're out there. Ever seen thought of investing in a Earth, Wind, and Fire Greatest Hits CD? Maybe? Because there are other Earth, Wind, and Fire songs out there. So I can be able to get through one wedding without hearing the audios. But no, we ain't doing Piano Man. Nobody even asked for Piano Man. That just took me in that tangent. Because these songs have been on my mind. Recently, especially since we had that wonderful, wonderful collaboration between Machine Gun Kelly and Jelly Roll to give us Lonely Road, which, if y'all are out of the know, is the genius idea of an interpolation of Country Roads Take Me Home, which they turned into Lonely Road, and made it just sound like Machine Gun Kelly ate country roads and then vomited back out this new thing, Lonely Roads, with can't forget Mr. whatever his real name is, Jelly Roll. If you all don't know about that, consider yourselves fortunate you haven't had to hear that song. But if you want to see some atrocity, check that out. Oh, also check out the, of course, genius new hit by our favorite little duo, Low Cash, the Small and Poor, the Small and Poor option version of Big and Rich, which they interpolated Isn't She Lovely by Stevie Wonder and turned it to Isn't She Country? Yeah, that's where we're going in music right now. That's where we're at. Apparently lost a lot of weight. I'd like to see him before he apparently lost a lot of weight. I'd like to see the before, because we all know what he looks like now, and apparently he's lost weight. Friction between Inverse and Sixville? What kind of friction? You talking about, like, conflict? Or are you talking about tension? Oh, man. What am I starting? What am I even starting? You're singing for us tonight? You know, that's what I'd like to know. If Hook comes in here, we could do our classic little duets. But I mean, I I did try to learn some songs on the guitar, you know, to like I did that one time. But I've been gone for about a week, so they've kind of left my hands so, in that time. But hopefully, I can get them back on my hands for next stream. So I did have some good ones planned for guitar and other instruments to sing with, but man, that Hook slogan, I'm thinking we ain't going to get him. So we're gonna have to give him quite the talking to tomorrow when he wakes up from his crossfade. Eminem copying Abracadabra. Eminem has not been relevant to me, actually, at all, ever. Wow. No, there's a whole storyline going on that with Casey and Sticksbell I hadn't missed out on. We ain't getting Hook. Switching to the minor key. Hook, what have you done to us? Alright, I saw my name being lit up in the chat. What was I missing here? Oh, a bunch of old news. How about it? Estonian? Really? You getting out the chickens? You getting out the chickens? Out of anybody here who'd be pulling out that didn't think it'd be you. Inverse, you know where she's at. Send her on over if you want it. Play the live chicken song. Well, you just love that song. Love that song. More you love that song more than who was it? I can't remember if it. Oh, is that Hook's slogan? They getting back to us? It's a YouTube notification. Well, it is the notification for a stream from one of my favorite YouTubers, actually. a guy on here by the name of Pat Finnerty. He's one of the titular YouTube guitar guys. And he has the series called What Makes This Song Stink. It's one of my favorite series on YouTube. And I highly recommend you all go check that out because it's a kind of a knock on Rick Beato's What Makes This Song Great. So he's kind of like the anti-Beato. If you know anything about Beato and the titular YouTube music guys. Anyway, this guy's stream just started. So I think that's going to be a good way to round us out here. If we ain't getting Hook's slogan, I can at least read out to Pat Finnerty. But not after. Little string action here. better now. That'll be the end of this here. It's a good stream. Casey, I don't know what else to tell you. I guess it'll take Elijah showing up here, but Denver's... Come on, man. Prove to Casey that I ain't the dirt man he thinks I am. And I'm asking nice. I'm asking you nice now, at least. But yeah, until then you'll have to get the end of stream voice. But that will be it for now. I'm going to be having the freest schedule of all past this, so who knows how many streams I can be doing in a week. I'll probably only be sticking to one, but if need be, who knows, and who knows when I will be doing them. I'm just gonna randomly ping Eli on your servers, like, hey, Casey wants to see you. Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna be real pleased about that. But see you, Rat Shaker, and see you, Rat. See you, Rat Man. See you, Rat Man, Josh. Good having you. Good having you. Good having you all. Thanks for sticking with me here, as I'm shaking out the Yerba jitters. I'll learn next time not to have one of these, or at least have the low caffeine, low sugar kind. Keep the peace. Can't try to do my intro for me. I ain't done yet, you know. But I will raid out to Pat Finnerty, because you're going to want to check out this guy's stream. Yeah, I got the link right here. But, yeah, good stream. Glad having everybody here. Good seeing you all. Hope you all have a nice Sunday. Go to church. Learn good things. And have a productive one. If you're still in school, study, because Monday's coming before you know it. But anyway, that'll be it for now. Good seeing you all. You all have a good one. Look out for the next one. And, as always, don't fall too close. Keep the faith. And don't take any wooden nickels.